I want to welcome you all to the opening meeting of the State Education Finance Study Commission. I tell you, this is a great-looking committee. Very, very good committee. Sharp, full of all this information. We could already probably go ahead and just write all the stuff down. Y'all know it all, and we could just be ready to go. We're going to go ahead and get started. Got a few housekeeping things we want to do first. Before we get started, I'd like to ask Terry England, if he would, to open our meeting this morning with prayer. So if y'all all would.
Let us pray. Most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this another wonderful day that you've given us, Lord, and just the creation of all the things around us. Lord, and you let us know that the seasons come and go, and Lord, we know that it's your handiwork that makes that happen. Lord, as we go about this business today and over the next several months, Lord, we just pray that you'd be with us. Give us your insight, guidance, and wisdom in the things that you'd have us to do. And Lord, that we'd always keep the children and the students of the state of Georgia at the forefront of our thoughts and actions through this committee. Lord, we just pray that you'd lead, guide, and direct us as we go through going home today, and just be with everyone and give them traveling mercies. Lord, forgive us of our sins, but be your will for us. All these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you. There are a few little housekeeping things we're going to do, and we're going to have some remarks in a few minutes with the speaker. I see he's here, and the Lieutenant Governor, and got a letter from the Governor. So we want to, but if you would, members of the committee, if you would, and everybody in the audience, we'll be sure if you want an agenda, I'm going to have Abby to pass out agendas for you where you'll have an agenda to know what's going on. So Abby, if you do that at this time. But if you look in your folder you have several items you'll be dealing with today. The first item you have, of course, is the agenda. And these things, hopefully, I think are in this order. You have a copy of the legislation that created, and the first time we've ever done this, had a formal legislation that created the study commission. So it's a joint House, Senate, and signed by the Governor. So we have that. We also have there a list of all the commission members that are here today. We have contact information for all of you. Now, I want to ask you, if you would, please look at your contact information. Abby, hold up your hand out there. You see Abby. If there's anything you want changed on your contact information, cell phone, email, etc., do that now, because we need to be sure we can get in touch with you. So Abby will be circulating around with you, and so be sure that's corrected. You can just give her your list if you want to, and we'll get you another one. And for members of the audience, as I said, we have agenda for you, and at the bottom of your agenda, you'll see a website. For the first time, this is going to be in public, people. It's going to be in everybody to see what goes on. We're going to have a website that we've established. It'll be operated by the Department of Education. Addresses of the websites on your agenda, and this is where you will need to go for information about the commission meetings. That's how you'll get it. Also, Janet will be coordinating formal notices, and she will also send all of you a reminder. I want you to know this meeting is being formally recorded by the House. It will be recorded, and it'll be on the website tomorrow afternoon. So if you would, if you'll take that, that'll be for your information there. Now, get ready to kick things off. If you'll open your agenda first, I'd like to start off, first of all, our governor was unable to be here. We have two most important people here, though, our speaker and our lieutenant governor. But we want to read a letter, if I could. If you just follow along, and for the audience's information, I'd like to read a letter from our governor, because, as I said, this joint venture is House, Senate, and the governor, all of us working together to come up with a good funding formula for education. So I'll read this quickly. It says, I am pleased to extend my warmest regards as you gather for the first meeting of the Education Finance Study Commission and prepare to study the cost and resources required to educate Georgia's children. Thank you for all your service to in this important capacity. And I wish to extend special thanks to House Education Committee Chair Brooks Coleman and Senate Education and Youth Committee Chair Fran Miller, who will be serving as co-chairs of this commission. While the task you face over the coming months will not be easy, I know that you will have both the knowledge of education and the expertise of education finance required to balance the education needs of Georgia's children with the appropriate resources to fund them. I view education as our #1 economic development tool, and there is no more forward-looking or strategic place to invest. Our children are the next generation of Georgia's leaders. Preparing them to start businesses, launch successful careers, bring creative ideas to life, and pursue their dreams is a priority for me and an opportunity that I want for every student in Georgia. The financing of public education is not only important to our students and educators, it is important to the future of our state. I know that you will work diligently and resourcefully to study this important issue. Thank you again for your service to education in our state. This is from our governor, Governor Nathan Deal. He wants you all to know he certainly appreciates this. And now, where we have plenty of time to do this, I want to introduce two very important people that will be addressing us that are also behind this and helped us as we developed the legislation for this. First of all, I'd like to introduce our Lieutenant Governor. A successful entrepreneur and respected former state senator, Casey Cagle, made history in 2006 by becoming the first Republican ever elected to Georgia's second highest office. Casey was born in Hall County. He's the son of a single mother, a talented athlete. Casey graduated, I want you to notice this, public high school from Johnson High School and attended Gainesville College and Georgia Southern University, all in Georgia there. When a sports injury ended his dream of playing college football, Casey returned home to Hall County to start his first business adventure. Hey, I know why he dresses so sharp. He had a tuxedo shop. I didn't know that, Lieutenant Governor. Leader in the banking and real estate industry in Northeast Georgia was his second career. As Lieutenant Governor, Casey has worked tirelessly to start a very important program that we all know is the Charter System Initiative. And today we have 14 systems that are a member of that. But what Casey is proud of more than anything else is that he's proud that he's a husband and a father. He's married to his wife, Nina, who is his high school sweetheart, been married for 24 years, and they're the proud parents of 3 sons, Jared, Grant, and Carter. They live in Chestnut Mountain. Let's welcome our Lieutenant Governor, Casey Cagle. Do we have the handheld mic if he wants that, I guess?
I can sit, that's fine. Well, thank you very much. I tell you, Brooks, that's a pretty good introduction. I appreciate very much all the great leadership you've provided to the House along with the Senate, particularly on education. And we're very, very proud of our chairman as well, Fran Miller, who continues to do a great job. This is a very, very important task that is ahead of us. I want to particularly thank the 3 senators that will take part in this process. Of course, our chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Jack Hill, who has a phenomenal passion for education, along with both Senator Butterworth and Senator Freddie Sims as well. We appreciate so much both of you being a part of this as well. I want to keep my comments somewhat brief. As many of you, I think, know, this is an area of great passion for me as it relates to education, an area that we as a state need to see phenomenal improvement. What I will tell you is that we're doing a lot of things right, and I think that we can be very, very proud of the accomplishments that we've had within our state. But on the same token, there's always room for improvement. And the truth of the matter is that it's not lack of effort. I think to a large degree, it is an issue of accountability. It is an issue of bringing our educational system into the 21st century. It's very difficult to educate our kids on a model that really was founded in the 1980s. And in order to get to the level that we want to be in terms of providing a world-class educational system to our kids, we have to make some fundamental changes. And those fundamental changes clearly are directed around funding as well. We have a system that really funds programs, opposed to a system that is focused on funding the needs of the kids. And I think that's a very fundamental basis by which I would challenge this committee to look at as we move forward. The focus really in terms of making an educational system the very best that it can be is removing this top-down style of management. It's about getting systems in a place to where they can really design an educational curriculum that meets the needs of an individual student. Because I'm convinced that when we do that, we see real educational excellence. But when we continue to put prescriptive methods in place that tie the hands of administrators, school board members, and teachers and principals, then at the end of the day, what we've done is we've really created a box that's very difficult to create innovation. And for us to be competitive in a world-class marketplace, innovation in education has to exist. And so as it relates to funding, the funding needs to be prescribed in a method that really meets the needs of the student and gives ultimate flexibility to the local systems. Flexibility with accountability, because accountability is critical for our long-term success in education. And, you know, oftentimes, and many of you have heard me say this, this system that we have has been predicated on how many students are going to be in a classroom and how many teachers are going to be teaching. And we dictate to that teacher not only how many students are going to be in that classroom, but how many educational hours she's going to spend or he's going to spend on a particular subject. And I just feel like, fundamentally, that if we're able to focus on the need of that child and we take the barriers and the boundaries away and we really give flexibility and we demand high accountabilities, people will reach that goal. Now, I know that that is a paradigm shift for so many people because ingrained in the system has been this long evolution of a funding program. And everything in education has been driven by funding. We have to get away from that. And so my challenge to you is to not drive outcomes based on funding, but drive outcomes based on the student achievement. Because when we do that, we're all going to look back and see great success long term. And that's what we've tried to do with our charter school systems. To a certain degree, that's what the IE Square is about as well. But I believe that this committee can do wonderful work to set us in a place that we can look back in 10 years and see great achievement within the classrooms. Is I go around the country and host individuals here at the state as it relates to economic development. Education is critical. Workforce development is what it's about. And the two go hand in hand. When we look at our dropout rates within our state, it is dismal. And quite candidly, it is inexcusable. And for us just to sit on the sidelines and make excuses is not acceptable either. We have to address, we have to confront the challenges and put prescriptive methods in place that are going to be meaningful to the individual child. I believe every child can experience success. And we as a state and we as educators and everyone around this table has to be focused on pathways that direct kids to ultimate success. And that success can be defined in many ways. But I'm convinced that we can get there. And with charter schools and IE Square and career academies, we've been able to accomplish some great things. And I would encourage you to continue to think through those methods. So with that, I wish this committee great success. You've got a wonderful group of highly talented individuals. But in closing, innovate, innovate, innovate. The paradigm has to change. One size fits all does not work. Every child learns at a different pace and a different manner, and let's allow achievement and accountability to be the ultimate driving force.
Thank you, Governor. This time, you know, all of you in this audience know that my hero is Roy Rogers. You know that. Everybody's heard him and seen him, yeah. But I'm going to tell you, in the House of Representatives, I have a hero, and I have a great friend that I'm proud of and proud that I get to serve under, and I've really enjoyed serving under. And that's my friend and my hero, Speaker Ralston. And it's my privilege to introduce him at this time. But I want to tell you about this gentleman, too. He's also a Georgia man. I tell you, did you know he was born in LJ? He graduated also. He loves public schools. He's a public school product. That's why he's so good. I'm telling you, he had good public school teachers. He graduated from Gilmer County High School. He went to North Georgia College and State University. He earned his bachelor's degree there, and later he got his law degree from the University of Georgia Law School. Did you know that Speaker Ralston, he was in the Georgia Senate and served there until 1998 when he won the Republican nomination for the Attorney General of Georgia. In 2002, he was elected to the Georgia House of Representatives, and he served the District 7, which was Fanning, Gilmer, and Dawson County. He served on several really important committees: appropriation, rules, transportation, governmental affairs. He vice-chaired the Judiciary, and he was chairman of the Judiciary Non-Civil. On January the 11th, however, he became the Speaker of the Georgia House of Representatives. But what he's proud of, as I said, he's really proud of that. He's a great, great family man. He's an attorney from Blue Ridge, Georgia. He loves this place. He's told me a lot about it. It's a great place to live, he says. His civic duties, listen to this, he serves on the Fanning County Chamber of Commerce, and I love this one. He is on the Blue Ridge Mountain Arts Association, and he's also a member of the Blue Ridge Lions Club. And he loves this. He's got a wonderful wife, his wife Jane, and he loves his children, his two children, Elizabeth and Matt, that he's really proud of. And let's give a big welcome to our speaker, Speaker David Ralston.
I think I'm okay.
Oh, you got them all, are you?
Thank you very much, Chairman Coleman. Y'all see that I really like starting my days in the House with Brooks Coleman, and now you know why. He can get you energized and charged up and feeling good early, and I appreciate his service as chairman of the House Education Committee, because he truly does a remarkable and tremendous job. And I want to thank him publicly for agreeing to co-chair this group, and I also want to commend and express my appreciation to Chairman Miller from over in the Senate side. I know he will do a great job. He had great training in the House of Representatives before we sent him over there, and to sort of raise the level in the Senate. Fran, thank you for your service. I want to thank all the members of this commission for agreeing to serve on what I believe will be the most important work that moves forward here in state government this year. I particularly want to thank the members from the House who have agreed to serve, and I think when you look at people that from the House that are on this group, you know the kind of priority that we put on the work of this commission. Chairman of the House Education Committee, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Chairman England, the chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on K through 12, Chairman Tom Dixon, and Representative Margaret Kaiser, who is a very passionate advocate for education in Georgia. I thank them so much for their willingness to serve. I believe that the work of this body this summer and fall and as it goes forward truly has an opportunity to be historic. You know, we have talked about education finance in Georgia now for a lot of years. We are at a point, I believe, where we must now act in a bold and courageous way to design a system that will meet the needs of Georgia's young people going forward in an era where government is going to look a lot different than it has in the past. We have come through an economic downturn that I believe has forever changed the scope and size of government at every level. And I think now that we understand that whatever function of government we are talking about, that the resources we're going to have to question the most effective use of those resources and question the scope of our commitment. And when it comes to education, though, we have to understand that we're doing that at a time when we really are challenged to raise the bar here in Georgia. And so that's the real challenge, I think, before this group is to forget the fact that we have not been able to solve this in the past, because not solving it now is no longer an option. And so you have not only an historic opportunity, but I believe you have a mandate to devise a system that will truly, in this new era of smaller government, will truly move Georgia forward. We have so many great things here in Georgia to be proud of. We've got economic development opportunities happening all over the state. I'm excited about our future, but I want public education to move forward in ways that we have been able to move forward in other areas. And so I look forward to your work leading the way for us to do that. I want you to know that whatever resources that you need and assistance that you need from the House side, we'll be more than happy to provide. Because, you know, we're going to spend a few weeks over at that building across the street here in a month or so, and we're going to spend a lot of sound and fury talking about redistricting. But redistricting will be done again in 10 years after that. We're talking about something here that's going to last, I believe, for generations. And so my charge to you is to seize this moment and seize this time to make Georgia even greater by devising a system that will be fair, that will be just to our young people, because that truly is our investment in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wish you the best.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I think we've got a great charge. We're ready to go. And so it's my privilege now to introduce the co-chair. And I tell you, this is going to be at frickin' frat right here together, as he says. We're going to be leading you and having a good time, Fran Miller.
You know, it's interesting that we got together with the staff on this, and we wanted to kick this thing off right. And if we'd written the speeches for the lieutenant governor and the speaker, I don't think we could have done any better. We did not write their speeches. We didn't even coordinate them. But I think the speaker, his comment about we have to do more with less is very, very true. And this is our opportunity as a group to hopefully do this right. There's been efforts in the past, and I think we are at that crux, that crossroads, if you will. And I can't thank them enough for kicking this off. And I just, one little brief recap, I think, to the commission. Some comments, I guess I'll use the lieutenant governor's language. What is different, we're not talking about programs, we're talking about money following the child. We've talked about flexibility a lot in this state. We've given it to charter schools, now we need to give it to all the public schools with accountability. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is we've got to raise the achievement bar. Because I don't think anybody in this room can argue that wherever you live in this country, whether it's any major metropolitan area, for example, any state, everybody's got transportation issues, everybody's got water issues. But the big driving force when people come to this state and want to invest in this state, their businesses, is tell me about your education system. And we've got to change that perception. Because if we don't, we stifle economic development. So with that being said, I think we're excited to take on this endeavor. John Brown's going to talk in a little while about this. It's long overdue. Each one of you has been chosen to be a member of the commission, either because of your expertise in education or funding or policy, because the governor told you he thought it'd be a real good idea if you did this. This is probably going to be an 18 to 20-month commitment of your time. We expect everybody to come to every meeting. As I say that, I've got to go across the street at 10 o'clock and make a vote and then come back. But I would ask that, you know, you put your BlackBerries, et cetera, on hold, put it on vibrate, whatever you have to do. If you have to excuse yourself, that's certainly fine. But if you would put that, and the audience as well, if you would put your phones and BlackBerries on vibrate, it'd be appreciated. I know our facilitator will really appreciate it. I thought we'd start the meeting off by having people do introductions. if you would, introduce yourself, a little background on you, briefly. This is not a job, Hank, this is not an interview for a job, so it's a brief introduction. And tell us one thing that you hope this commission accomplishes. And I think at this point, we're going to start with, Jim, I think we'll start with you. And just, if you would speak loudly,
There's a microphone.
right there, if you want to pass it, or if you all have any trouble hearing or anything, just wave a hand back here at us, if you would. Thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Jim Bostic. I'm a retired executive from Georgia Pacific Corporation. I just finished 9 years on the State Board of Education, and I am a member of the ACT Board of Directors, and I hope we can achieve the effort that the governor laid out of us being able to properly fund education so that we can have the kind of economic achievement that we want to have in this state.
Good morning. I'm Tom Dixon, State Representative from District 6, which is parts of Whitfield, Murray, and Catoosa counties. As a finance director years ago in a school system, I dealt with the difficulties of trying to maximize spending. And as superintendent, I had to deal with how do we deal with all the accountability rules that go along with that. So I'm really anxious to see what we can come up with as we work on this.
I am Lee Lovett. I'm Deputy Superintendent of the Hall County School System. I've been in public education since January of 1965. I obviously am past 40 years. I retired and came back half-time. They wanted me to continue to run the finances. I'm a 49%er. I am an English teacher. I was an elementary principal, and I have been managing the finances for Hall County since 1974, since the minimum foundation program. I've seen a lot of regulations come and go, and quite a few in recent years that didn't go. I hope that we can come up with a plan here that will help to give us the funding we need and allow the school systems to, as Casey Cagle said, to be able to be creative. And you get a good creative superintendent, you can do some really creative things. And we have one in Hall County, and we're doing some good things. So look forward to it.
Lee and I, we were fellow principals together back in the late 60s and early 70s, too.
I'm Wes Taylor, principal of Lowndes High School in Valdosta, Georgia. And with some 25-plus years of experience in public education, I did have a brief exile to the state of Florida for about 15 years, and now glad after 10 years to be back home in Georgia. But hopefully, as we try to operate in a constant state of evaluation, always trying to improve and get better, is that I hope, if nothing else, to learn from this commission as we go about our business how to adequately fund public education so that we can be about providing a first class and a quality education for all the children of Georgia, which I do think will help translate into increased student achievement as well.
Tell us what you do. Tell them about your new job.
I've been named as the finalist for the superintendent in Lowndes County, and tomorrow morning will be approved as the superintendent in Lowndes County. So another new challenge. So thank you.
Good morning. I'm Senator Freddie Powell Sims from Southwest Georgia, proudly serving, and I have to write I have so many counties that I serve, I don't want to miss any, so I write them down, and soon to probably be more. Baker, yeah, Baker, Calhoun, Clay, Doherty, parts of Mitchell, Quitman, Randolph, and I live in Terrell County. So those are my counties. I am a retired middle school principal, so I have the scars to prove it. But middle school was fun. It was an absolute delight to watch these young people grow and develop into good citizens, and I run into quite a few daily. But hopefully this commission will understand the importance of workforce development and how we can move forward in this state and make this state competitive with our southern neighbors. That's extremely important to me as well as to the Southwest Georgians that I proudly serve and represent. Thank you. Fort Valley State University, what? And University of Georgia and a few others. Thank you. And Brooks.
Well, on that note, go Dogs. My name is Jim Butterworth. I'm a state senator from the 50th Senate District, chairman of the Higher Education Committee in the Senate, and also a floor leader for the governor. And mainly, though, above all of those things, I'm here because Brooks Coleman told me I would be a part of this. And I'm honored to be in this group, that's for sure. A lot of very distinguished individuals all the way around the table, so I'm honored to be at the table with you. A former state senator from Northeast Georgia named John Foster stopped me day before yesterday. He was involved with QBE in the initial ramp up of what we now live with. He stopped me and said, "You have a lot of work to do. You all are going to probably upset a lot of folks before this is over with." He said, "The thing that we need to do is fund QBE properly." He said, "It's never been done." I don't know if I agree with him completely. I have an incredible amount of information to learn through this process, but that's where we're starting from, I believe, that we are already behind in that regard. I hear that from I have a similar list to Senator Sims. I have 8 counties that I represent in Northeast Georgia, and I hear the same thing from our superintendents up there. So I look forward to simply learning from all of you and playing my role that the co-chairs would have me play. Thank you for letting me be with you.
Good morning. I am Buster Evans, currently superintendent of Forsyth County Schools, completing my 4th year there. Equally as important to that is also served as 11 years as superintendent of Bleckley County Schools, a smaller district in Georgia, as opposed to Forsyth being the 9th largest district in Georgia. I think also interesting as a part of my background is my first 7 years of my career were spent in the corporate world. My true heart and passion over the last 25 years has been public education and continues to be today. One of the things that we've had an opportunity to experience is that we have found in Forsyth County that flexibility really can increase innovation. And that innovation has allowed a school district that is already a high-achieving school district to achieve at even higher levels at not just meeting expectations, but exceeding expectations. And I think that's the kind of opportunity that we've got to create for students, not only in Forsyth County, Georgia, but also in Baker County, Georgia as well. I hope that that this will provide us an opportunity to address not only adequacy issues, but reminding that there are 180 school districts in Georgia with a vast difference in ability to create those opportunities for success for students. And I'm honored to be representing our superintendents and the Georgia Association of Education Leaders.
We'll start this one. Good morning, John Barge, State School Superintendent. Happy to be here. 20-year educator, lifelong educator, high school English teacher, and high school principal. Did a little bit of middle school Spanish, and you do get scars. You have crowns. You have jewels in your crown waiting for you. You know, I'm hoping that through this commission that we come up with a model that one doesn't take necessarily 2 advanced degrees in accounting to understand, and our local superintendents and principals can work with the formula and understand that formula, and to echo Superintendent Evans, a formula that adequately and equitably educates children across our entire state. Because as we move into the 21st century and we individualize education for students and we try to prepare students, a student in a rural southwest Georgia county needs the same opportunities as students in other parts of our state. So it's going to be very important that we have a formula that is fair and equitable for all students in Georgia.
Good morning. I'm Representative Terry England. I represent the 108th District in the House, Barrow County, Georgia. I have the honor or the handicap, I guess, of serving as the Appropriations Chairman in the House. Some folks talk about baptism. Well, it was a baptism of fire. I was lucky to be baptized in water many years ago, so it helped put that fire out pretty quick, I hope. But anyway, it's been a pleasure for me to serve in that role this year, and I had the opportunity to serve as the vice chair for the K-12 subcommittee last year. I've been a student of John Brown and Christine Murdoch now for the last several years on understanding the convoluted system that we currently use, and actually, as strange as it may sound, I feel kind of comfortable with it, but at the same time understand its misgivings and shortcomings. So looking forward to going forward through this process, and I'm hoping that, as the superintendent just remarked, that the next thing we come up with doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out. John and I often joke about, wonder if rocket scientists ever sat around the table trying to figure out a problem with a rocket and say, well, this ain't a state budget, it can't be that hard. So I will say too, and I want to brag on my colleague in the Senate, Chairman Jack Hill. He took it easy on me this year, my first year as the House Chairman, and it's been a pleasure to work with him. Look forward to serving in this capacity with him also as we go down this path. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, Brooks Coleman, I am a former educator, 32 years Gwinnett County, a teacher, 5th grade, principal, assistant superintendent, and been in the House now for 20 years, going on 20 years. I've been on the Education Committee the whole time. I, like you, served under Minimum Foundation, APEG, QBE, and all the others, and have been involved in 2 reform studies, 1187 and I-Square and all the others. And so I'm talking with the Speaker about this a couple of years ago. We've been talking about this, and with others wanting to get something done. And John Brown, we had some many conversations. I think this is an opportunity for us really to do something, that will be equitable, as you said, and can fund education the right way, do it the right way, and be innovative. Step out of the box, as the Speaker said, the Lieutenant Governor said. Let's do things creatively. Let's give. And you'll hear me using the word now over and over: flexibility, accountability, and let the money follow the children. Let's let the money go with them. Let's take care of children first and get it done. So I'm excited, and I appreciate all of you. You've been personally hand-selected by the different speaker, the Lieutenant Governor, the Governor, for your expertise, and it's going to be a lot of work. I look forward to working with you, and thank you so much for serving.
I'm Jack Hill. I represent the 4th District down in southeast Georgia, 7 counties, and had somewhat of an honor, I guess. It's sometimes you wonder, serving as Appropriations Chairman for 8 years. Through the 8 years where 5 of them were negative revenue years, which was certainly a challenge. But we are coming out of it, and that's the encouraging news. I appreciate the opportunity to serve on this commission and look forward to it. Come from a family that's deep in educators. My wife was a 1st grade teacher, an alternative school principal, and then an elementary school principal. So I've heard it from the ground up for a number of years. She's retired now, and have a daughter and a son-in-law who are teachers as well. So, so much of what we do is about education, some 57% of the budget. And Chairman England and I, as we've worked through all of this, I just want to say what a great pleasure it's been to work with him. He is truly a dedicated public servant in a time that we really needed dedication, and I've thoroughly enjoyed working with him. This may be a good time to have this discussion. The first thought everybody says is, well, there's no new money, so what is all this about? And I think that's probably a knee-jerk response. But the truth is, as we work our way out of this recession, we've learned a lot through the recession. We've learned that we can do with a lot less than state government. We're about 25% smaller than we were 4 years ago. We actually have less state employees today than we did 10 years ago. So departments have learned to prioritize and do without some things that are not absolutely necessary to the core mission. So maybe this discussion in education is appropriate for this time as we come out of a time when we've had very austere times, and possibly are coming, as a former governor used to say, coming out of the clouds. As we come out, then maybe we can, as we go into the future, we can start making decisions that are based on sound policy and not just returning to the way we've always done it. So I look forward to the process. I understand one thing: there's not a whole lot of new money to put into any program, so we've got to be smart about the way we do this. So I look forward to working with the commission. Thank you.
I'm Kelly Henson. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Professional Standards Commission, and before coming to PSC, I've been a teacher, an assistant principal, a middle school principal, so I have the same scars that you do, Senator. High school principal, HR director, assistant superintendent, and the 7 years prior to coming to PSC were great years. I served as superintendent of Floyd County Schools. I think I would echo a lot of the remarks that have been made about student achievement being the final outcome that we're all interested in, of course. But we cannot ignore the fact that it takes dollars to educate a child. It takes dollars to hire the best teachers. It takes dollars to perform the hundreds of functions that school systems must and are required to perform. And so it does take dollars to get to the student achievement, and I think that's why this commission has been formed. I would also echo the comments about flexibility. The more flexibility we give locals, the better the formula will be. But I would throw in this caveat: flexibility is not a substitute for adequate funding. And you've got to have both adequate funding and flexibility to give school systems the necessary resources to get the job done properly. I would also echo the comments on equality of opportunity. That does not exist in Georgia today. And it is something that, when this commission finishes their work, does need to exist in the state of Georgia. And finally, we do need to address the underfunding of education, but it must be done within the confines, as has been said, of state resources, because we cannot spend money the state doesn't have, and that will likely require this commission to make some very difficult choices about priorities, and maybe some things that we've been spending money on that we don't need to, and some things that we have grossly underfunded that we need to address in the future. And I'm delighted to be serving with such a great commission.
Good morning. My name is Hank Huckabee. Effective tomorrow, I will be Chancellor of the University System of Georgia. So the comments I make today will be very bold. Tomorrow they will become much more bureaucratic. I look forward to being a member of this commission and appreciate the governor appointing me to it, because I'm very much committed over the next years during my tenure to working very closely with my colleagues, particularly Superintendent Barge and Ron Jackson, and I'm glad we have a member of the Technical College System Board here, because I think together we all have a tremendous responsibility and obligation to the citizens of this state to do everything we can to improve the quality of education, K through college and graduate study, and I'm committed to that. In terms of my career, I've been in public service a long time in many different positions. The main takeaway from that is I'm very old, but I'm still committed to making changes in Georgia. At one time, I'll just go back, Fran, to the 90s. I was state budget director under Governor Miller, and I left that phase of my career to go back into the university system, ultimately retiring in 2006 as the chief financial officer at the University of Georgia. And then prior to being appointed to this chancellorship, I finished in April a brilliant 4-month career in the state legislature. And so I have a great appreciation for my colleagues in the House. But I'm looking forward. I do think that the time is critical that we deal with these issues in a straightforward, honest way. And I think John Foster, who's a longtime friend of mine, had it right. If we do our job, we're going to make a lot of people upset. But at my age, I don't care anymore. And we will do, I hope, what we need to do. And I look forward to working with all of you in this endeavor.
Good morning. My name is Jay McCarthy, and I am an English teacher in the Bibb County Public School System. I also have the honor and privilege of representing the wonderful teachers of the state of Georgia as this year's Georgia Teacher of the Year. I'm a product of the Bibb County Public School System. I also am a product of the University of Georgia School of Law. So I have a great affinity for public schools, and I know the value of a great public education because I received one myself. As a member of this committee, I certainly hope that we are dedicated and able to find a mechanism for putting the necessary resources in the hands of our teachers to truly educate our students. I would like to see us create a model that recognizes that we are educating children in the 21st century and not the 19th or the 20th century. I would like to see us create a model that becomes the envy of not only states in the Southeast, but throughout the United States. When they get ready to redo their funding mechanism, I want them to look to Georgia because we are just that revolutionary and innovative. So I have very high hopes for this committee because our children have very high hopes for this committee.
Good morning. I'm David Johnson, and I am on the Florida County Board of Education, the only school board member I think it is appointed to this commission, and I appreciate that. I also will be effective tomorrow, taking over as the president of the Georgia School Board Association for the next year. By profession, by career, and by what actually pays the bills, I am president of United Community Bank in Rome, Georgia, and have been in banking now for almost 40 years. So I'm looking forward to serving on this commission. I've heard a lot of words said about adequacy, equality, accountability, and flexibility. I want to add one more: consistency. One of the difficult things that we have in our school system is to know from year to year what we're going to be funded. And you don't make educational decisions that affect students positively on a year-to-year basis. You've got to have some consistency in what happens and where the funding is coming from. And if you start a program, it may take a year or two or three to actually get it up and running like you want it to. And then if the funding all of a sudden goes away, you have some difficulty. So what I hope to see out of this commission is there's a lot of great ideas. There's a lot of diversity that is represented on this commission, and I think we've got the right people to make the decisions that are going to affect Georgia for the long run. And I've also heard in this public education, and I'm a component of public education. I was raised in public education. I did go to a private college. I did not go to the university system, or did not graduate. I went there, but I didn't graduate there. But I did graduate from a private college. But public education is the backbone of this community, of this state, and of this country. And the more flexibility you give at the local level, the better it's going to be. We are one of the largest, we were the largest charter system in the state of Georgia until just recently. But we took charter system status a couple of years ago and are working through it, which puts even more decision-making at the school level and with the parents, which is where it's most important. So the more we can fund or set a system up that funds public education and gives flexibility to the local systems and down to the teacher level and the parent level, that's what's going to be most important, I think. And look forward to serving with all of you.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Cornett. I am a at-large member of the Technical College System of Georgia, representing the Technical College System on this commission. I started my career in education as a chemistry teacher, high school and community college, and spent almost 30 years at the Southern Regional Education Board, retired a few years ago, and have enjoyed being a grandmother and playing golf. And now I'm kind of back into the thick of things and really enjoying it. I've watched since QBE and the various attempts at changing the funding formulas in the state of Georgia. I hope sincerely that this commission can make a very serious attempt with accountability and flexibility to focus on the student and the entire system. And Chancellor, I would say PK through 16 plus through graduate education at the K-12 part of that.
Get ready for you next. Hi, Margaret Kaiser. I represent House District 59. So if you ever see me walking to the Capitol, I don't need a ride. My car didn't break down. I live probably the closest in proximity to any legislator here. And I'm beginning to think I might have the least experience in education. My only scars come from serving under Brooks in the Education Committee, sorry. But Brooks and I actually have had some very heart-to-heart conversations about education and where we need to go with education. And I've always been a very passionate public education person, but then as the mother of now 2 middle schoolers, I'm even more passionate and helped open a charter school in our community. I'm not going to age myself, so I won't say how long ago. But 8 months after we got our charter school open, we watched it burn down, and we were able to, to get our kids back in school without missing a day. We do now, but at the time we didn't receive the same per pupil funding. And to see what this school was able to accomplish and the achievements that have come out of both now an elementary and a middle school, I've just become even more passionate about what we can do, even with limited resources in education. And I guess the takeaway for me is that when we, as a co-sponsor of the House bill that created the committee, one of the things that we talked about and what I look most forward to is creating sort of ad hoc committees where we actually get input from so many of the most important stakeholders in this process. And I'm hoping that that's what will be the takeaway for this committee, is that we listen and learn and come up with some really great decisions as a result. Thank you for, yep.
Good morning. I'm Scott Austinson. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Education, where I've been for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was in the private sector in corporate finance and banking. I would echo most of what's been said here, in fact, all of it, and just perhaps put a different spin on it and say that in addition certainly to the transparency, although there's job security in that for me, in the way the formula is currently calculated and the complexity, I really would echo that idea of transparency, because we do have parents who are looking for charter schools. We have even finance directors at local school systems that don't always have the ability to project forward and help their superintendents in their communities understand with certainty how funding works, because it tends to be a little black box. So if we can move to a more transparent model, I think it would facilitate a lot of the planning. And then additionally, something that hasn't been mentioned as strongly, I would like to point out, is a lot of the flexibility we're talking about is probably back to reference to the QBE expenditure controls, which are currently waived and need to be, so thank you for that. But I think if we move toward an environment where we're comfortable with a very transparent 21st century-like formula, it will allow our school systems to focus on accountability in the scholastic area and in what other areas are more relevant, even as a finance person, more relevant to the education and careers of the students, as opposed to whether the school system spent the money exactly the way we asked them to do so. So thank you for the offer to be here, the invitation. I appreciate it.
I'm neither a politician nor an educator. And right now I feel pretty much like a fish out of water. My name is Barbara Hampton. I am the state board representative, but unlike Jim over there, I don't have 9 years, I have 4 meetings. So I am a rookie in all ways. And one of the things that I promised I will do is ask why. And I do have 2 witnesses already with Commissioner Barge and Scott that I ask a lot of why. I am a unique person. Even though I represent the 6th district, which is in the Roswell area, I work for 39 of the 42 EMCs in Georgia. I am the Chief Financial Officer for Georgia Transmission Corporation. We deliver electricity from the generator to the distribution bus. And so my job is to make sure that all things making that happen that doesn't fit into planning or operating, that is what I do. And one of those things is rates. And so I know a lot about puzzles and putting them together and making sure that they stand the test of time. Another unique perspective I have is that I serve right now as the chairman of Leadership Georgia. So I've had 8 years of going around the state, I know all about Clay County. I know that you have only 200 students, and that you have a big job of trying to figure out how to meet the needs of 200 students. So I have seen a lot in Georgia. I look forward to this. I too give my thanks to the governor for appointing me. This is a great challenge for me, and I look forward to serving with each and every one of you.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's very obvious. Representative Miller had to leave. He'll be back in just a second. He had to go vote. But I want to tell you, it's very obvious we have a great committee. I mean, so talented, so full of knowledge and information. They can get a lot done. And one thing that was said, Margaret said, that I want to be sure. We're proud to have our audience out there, the Gold Dome Gang, all these other organizations here. And let me tell you, one thing Margaret said that's so true, you're going to hear as we go through the presentation. All of you will be involved. Now, let me tell you, we may not necessarily ask you. You've got to contact these chairs. As we go through the day, you'll see how you get involved and how you contact. But we want to be sure that we have hundreds and hundreds of people involved, and this is an open process, and everything's out there for you to be involved. But we have a few other things. Now, this cannot take, and where the committee will know, we have plenty of help. I have never been so thrilled with all the, as you heard the speaker and the lieutenant governor offer all the help. We do have people that are coming out of the woodworks to help us, and we're excited. But I want to introduce some of these from the House. John Brown, he's right now a budget office director. But John, congratulations. You're now, tomorrow, isn't that right? He's working for you. That's right. And one thing we won't promise from you is that he will be with us, all the time. That's good. But we're going to miss John Brown. But he's going to be involved. But we're proud for John and congratulate him in his new position. And I think that's officially his official position. Vice Chancellor of Fiscal Affairs. Let's give John a big hand. I'm proud for him. Great man. We love him so much. Terry over here is still having a nervous breakdown, but it's okay. We're going to be all right. We're happy. Hey, but taking John's place, buddy, I tell you, what a great replacement. Christine Murdoch. Stand up, Christine. She has put this thing together today, working with on the House side. We're proud of her. Abby, where's Abby? Abby, stand up. You met her earlier. We're so proud of her from the House there. Abby is House Research Committee aide for the House Education Committee. Janet Jenkins, all of you know Janet. Janet will be coordinating along with on the Senate side these meetings and everything. All of you know Janet. I don't even have to introduce her. She's on vacation, getting a rest before we start. Now, from the Senate side, where's Irene? Irene, stand up. We all know her. Let everybody see Irene there. We're proud. She's from the governor's office. Thank you, Irene, from the Senate side. Jason, where are you? Now, Jason Fernandez, where's Jason? Okay, he'll be working for the Senate side. Fran was supposed to do this, so y'all please. David, where's David? David from the Senate side, stand up. I think he's on vacation. Is that correct? All right. And Joy, where's Joy? Joy is on as the evaluation office, education analyst. Is Joy here? On vacation also. James Touchton. Oh, no, hey, Joy, stand up. I didn't see you. There she is. No, she's not on vacation. You better get a vacation. You're going to be working hard, honey. Joy has worked real hard, and she coordinated all of this AV today, so I appreciate what she's done. James, where are you, James? He's also a research office analyst and aide to the Senate Education Youth Committee. And Donna, where are you, Donna? Administrator. Donna and Janet will be your contacts for meeting notices and whatever. And one that I just can't, Fran and I could not get along without, and one all of you know, and one that will be working with us every minute of the day. And you heard me say the speaker's my hero. Well, this is my she-ro. Betsy, would you stand up? Betsy, we're proud of her. Let's give Betsy a hand. We're proud of Betsy. Betsy is our legislative counsel. Also, from the governor's office, we're proud to have with us today. Where are you, India? India, is she here? Hey, stand up, India, where everybody can see you. Because you heard us say this is a joint House, Senate, and governor's office. We're prepping to have her. And where's Debbie from the office of OPB? Debbie, where are you? Because is she here? She was, but she had to leave. That's all right. Be working with us also. So we have all of these people, and so that all of you know, every subcommittee we'll be talking about in a few minutes. We'll have a staff assigned to you to help you with everything we're doing. So we really want to get everybody involved and make this happen. Now, to get us kicked off, we don't want to waste any time because we have a lot of information to go through. We're going to get down to the nuts and bolts now, people. We're going to do this, then we'll take a little break to give you a chance to go to the bathroom. Don't leave right now. This is critical, what you're going to hear. But I want to turn the program over to my friend, and one that's going to help us is John Brown, to give us some background information on the need for the commission. I want you to know that John has served and been in state government for over 25 years. And he's seen study committees come and go on education funding. He has a unique perspective to share with us on some pitfalls to avoid and how this commission can be, will be, and must be different. And John, since you got that new job, your boss has said he's going to protect you, so say what you need to. Go to it. Thank you. Let's give John a hand.
Thank you. Does this work? Yeah.
Yeah, if everyone would turn your mics off, we won't get any feedback, and yours will work.
How much did I owe you for all that?
About $25. We've got a good lunch.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Let me just start with a disclaimer. I am speaking my opinion, my observations over 25 years, 5 other efforts at doing this. I'm going to offer some insight as to what I think went wrong with some of those and how this one can be different. And I got 25 years to try to get out in 25 minutes. You might have to owe me a couple minutes here. My purpose today is really twofold. The second part, which I'll do in about 10 minutes, is I want to take you through House Bill 192 and what the thinking was in terms of putting that together, forming this committee, and so forth. And by and large, House Bill 192, it was about the logistics of doing a study. It outlines the who, the what's, what are we going to look at, that type thing. But we'll go through the legislation in just a minute. The first 10 or 15 minutes, and I'm going to ramble here because I'm trying to get a whole lot of observations out in 15 minutes. I'm going to take you through a little background information, some perspective, some of the efforts that have occurred before, and again, what I think failed. Let me start by saying congratulations to all of you for being selected. It's quite an honor. It wasn't just pulling names out of the hat. You all were selected because between the governor, lieutenant governor, and the House, and then those that are named in the legislation specifically by title, you all bring a good working knowledge of education to the table. You are people that are deemed to have open minds. And yes, there are certain issues you're going to examine where you probably got some thoughts and opinions. But I believe people believe in you that you can set some of those aside, listen to the information that's presented, and reach a conclusion. This is a very important endeavor in that, for me, this is number 6 in terms of the official state-sanctioned study committees. QBE came along in 1985, passed unanimously by the General Assembly. The first study was supposed to be a weights task force, and for those of you that know, there's a section in the code that used to read a governor may appoint a weights task force. It was changed in 2000 to a shall. We actually tried in 1988, Governor Harris, to do a weights task force. We embarked upon that, never got a final product. In 1993, Governor Miller, who was still kind of in the midst of a recession at that time, we were starting to turn the corner, we launched one. And I'll tell you more about that in a minute, but it got a little out of hand on the cost side, never had a final report. I believe it was 1995, the General Assembly launched one. A blue ribbon panel to look at it. Not sure what happened there. That's not my fault. In 2000, Governor Barnes launched an effort, the A+ for Education Reform Act, and some work was produced out of that, but by and large, the core funding formula went ignored. And then most recently, I believe it kicked off in either 2003 or 2004, the IE Square effort. Some small pieces from that, but by and large, again, no firm funding recommendations. So here you are today. You're still functioning largely off a 1985 funding formula. Very few adjustments have ever been made in that formula for inflation. A 1985 formula that back in that day, how many computers actually existed in a classroom or any kind of school? I can still remember when a portable computer in 1985 looked like a Singer sewing machine. So we have a formula, and it's disturbing that we haven't done more to this point, but this is the opportunity. And what I'll say to you, there are 20 of you here. We need all 20, and then we need more than the 20 in order to participate and get this done. This can't become the work of 2 or 3 people huddled up privately deciding what's best. It needs all of your input. So congratulations on being here, and I hope that you'll participate, work hard, bring your thoughts, and let's actually produce something. Let's get a final report. Let's claim some victories along the way. We have a lot of tasks to perform. Now let me throw some cold water on you. If I was to do a survey of the people in this room, might have to be an anonymous survey, but if I did a survey and I asked about their level of expectation, the expectations would be relatively low because of those other 5 efforts. If you hit a home run on this one, you're going to be 1 for 6, but this is the opportunity to do that. The expectations are low because we've had 5 efforts, no report. QBE remains the same. So I throw that out to you. Hope you'll take it as a challenge that we have a long list of issues and things to address. It's quite possible some of those issues we might not get to, but let's knock out a lot of them and see if we can't get this thing moving forward. My random thoughts, so bear with me here. Can't talk to you without bringing up the state budget a little bit. I am a recovering budget analyst here. How important is QBE and other funding things? And let me say to you that your charge here is not just a QBE formula review. This is much wider than that. Yes, QBE and funding for equalization, pupil transportation, what we do with the local 5 mil share, those are going to be some huge pieces to the whole thing. But there are many other issues. Superintendent Barge and I have talked about we need some Title 20 cleanup. We've got a whole bunch of laws on the books that some of them need to be wiped off. We have applied a lot of Band-Aids through the years to one thing or another. Well, we need to decide where we're headed permanently. We're going to look at capital outlay funding and how that ought to be. We're going to look at virtual schools. Charter schools will play into this and trying to reach some peace and harmony amongst all that. So there are many issues, not just the funding issues. Yes, at the end of the day, probably the biggest and the centerpiece is going to be the formula itself, and what do we do about that? But there are a whole lot of other issues to be examined here. Okay, back to my budget perspective. Education comprises about 55% of the state budget. And when I say education, I'm talking the whole spectrum from pre-K through higher ed, technical colleges, lottery programs. It's somewhere in the 55% range, might fluctuate a little bit between 54, 56. Of that funding dedicated to K-12, it's approximately 35%. And of the 35%, approximately 34% is driven by just QBE, equalization, pupil transportation, and then the 5 mil share netted out of it. So what you are going to be doing here in terms of looking at education funding, in the big scheme of things, you're talking about something that's going to drive 1/3 of the state budget. So it's huge. Now, as far as the state budget, let me update you quickly on where you stand and what it means for your work. At its peak, total state funds at one time reached $21 billion. I believe we sank as low as $16 billion. We cut something in excess of $4 billion out of the state budget over 3-year period. It's starting to come back now. The budget for the current year is now $18 billion. What I would expect for the next 12 months, and as we go into the fiscal 13, the budget that'll be worked on next, I'm expecting that's going to be a relatively flat budget. There's going to be enough money to take care of some of the things that we typically put high priority on: enrollment growth, K-12, hopefully enrollment growth for the, well, very much hopefully enrollment growth for the university system. Some of those things, there will be enough for that. I'll go on record for saying teacher pay raises and state employee pay raises, that's going to be close. I would kind of doubt it. There's going to be enough to sort of get by, but the good news is that year we're going to be in a period of a little bit of a flattening out and stability. At least we're not going to see all of the red negative numbers in the budget for fiscal 13. And I also believe that the budget year that starts tomorrow, we're going to be okay. We'll manage to get through there, and we'll meet our budget based on the way it was written. By fiscal 14 is my hope that the budget starts coming back and that there is some new money. The timing of this study is great because, yeah, we don't have the money yet, but hopefully you'll start doing or coming up with some recommendations and have some things out there that as money starts coming back, maybe you can peel some of it off and addressing the things that you come up with. At the very end of this study, I think you're going to have a prioritized implementation plan. And let me say, which I'd plan to say later, I'm the budget analyst, I'm the gloom and doom guy, but at the end of the day, this study is going to cost money. I don't see how you take a 1985 formula with no inflationary adjustments, you cut $1.1 billion out of it in the name of austerity, and even if you do more with less, I don't see any way that in the end you all are probably not going to come up with a list that suggests we need to be spending more money on education than we do right now. And that's okay. Be honest about it. Take an honest look at the formula. Do what you need to do. Make your recommendations. Let the chips fall where they may. Exercise some degree of fiscal constraint so that it doesn't get out of hand or become a wish list. But in the end, we'll put together some kind of an implementation schedule as to what you think are the most important things. And as we can, over a period of time, we'll start knocking some things off the list. And two, members of the education community, we budget people. We put the cuts on you, and then whenever we have a study like this, there's a whole lot of things that you probably need. Be patient with us because we're not going to have $500 million or $1 billion in one big round of money. It's going to take some time to address whatever you all come up with as recommendations. So I throw those out there to you. Moving on from the budget, what I would say is that during these downtimes, another reason this study is so important, during the downtimes when the state has been cutting the last several years, some, not all, but some of that lost money has been able to be filled by local property tax revenue. But I believe systems are now going to be facing a problem. You're starting now to see the decline in property values show up on digests, more appeals than ever. Those digests are going to decline. So the state funds are where they are. The local funds aren't going to be able to fill the gap anymore. I mean, you got another crisis coming on the other side just as state funds start to recover. So we've got to look at this and figure out what we're going to do. Let me take you through a little bit about the thinking on House Bill 192, and then I'll talk to you about specific sections and why they are the way they are. Last year, I'd say it was September, the speaker put a small group of us together and said, look, you know, we have a new incoming governor. We have the possibility that revenues are maybe starting to stabilize and might start coming back. There's a need for this study because our formula is outdated, and there are many other questions with education. So we put a small team together, and the irony here, it was a committee to figure out the committee. We met and we did not try to address issues or come up with conclusions or any of that. We simply met to say, okay, how can we put a committee together to look at things, and who should be involved, and how should it be organized, and what do we need to do to make sure it doesn't spiral out of control or end up being a committee that never releases a final report. Everything that we talked about centered on logistics, and what I would tell you is that today's opening meeting is entirely about logistics. By the time you leave here today, I hope that there is good consensus as to how you want to be organized, how you will run things, use of subcommittees, use of ad hoc members. You will spend some time identifying what are the issues that are most important that we look at, assigning those, and it can be transformed then into a work plan. It is extremely important, in my opinion, that you have a work plan that says these are the issues we're looking at, these are the groups that will look at them, this is the time frame allotted for looking at an issue, and you keep it moving and you keep cranking out some recommendations and not get bogged down on any one thing too long. If you do not come out of this with some kind of a work plan and a workflow, I mean, we got 20 months. We go away in March 31st, 2013, and for all practical purposes, we're going to go away about September, October. The 2013 March date was just in case we needed to meet sometime during that last session when we're talking about recommendations. But we can't afford to get bogged down, so we have to keep moving on various tasks. Let me throw a few more opinions. I mentioned the low expectations of the group, and to take that as a challenge, I mentioned to you that QBE has been around since '85, and all of the other studies, I won't call them failures. It's just that we didn't get recommendations that translated into changing the way we fund education when we know that we needed to be updating and doing that. Say again that no conclusions have been drawn with regard to issues. It's completely open. Everyone should participate and offer their thoughts and opinions. As to the other 5 studies, and in my opinion, what I observed that killed them, it was usually one of 2 things, and it was on opposite ends of the spectrum. Either a governor or someone said this is going to be revenue neutral, which I told you earlier, I don't think it can be. On the other end of the spectrum, it became a wish list of things that, yes, there were a lot of nice to-dos out there, and many felt like things belong, but it can't become a wish list either. What you all will have to do is balance it out. As you go issue by issue, you can look at alternatives, you can understand what we currently do, you can understand what the problems are, and somewhere in there, use your best judgment between this will allow us to provide for an adequate education versus, yeah, some of that's nice to have, but we got to be mindful of the fiscal constraints. Another opinion of mine is that, yes, I said QBE is the biggest product that will probably come out of this, or whatever you want to name it. Let me just refer to it from this point forward as an education funding formula or education finance. If it is renamed or recast, so be it. But in the end, people like me at a budget office have to have a funding formula. There are some people who hate funding formulas. They feel that funding formulas are about this close to an entitlement. But when you're talking about funding K-12 or higher ed or technical college, you need some kind of an enrollment-driven formula that provides a certain degree of predictability as to how much you're going to have to work with. You cannot, in the amount of time allowed when you do an October head count, do an individual budget for 180 school systems, 2,500 schools. So in the end, whatever may go into it, I think it imperative that you have some kind of an enrollment-driven funding formula as at least one of your products. Some more issues. Again, John Brown opinion. I think it's easier to take the existing quality basic education formula and put it up on the board and react to it. What's right about it? What's wrong about it? How do we tweak it? Rather than starting completely from scratch. I'm afraid that if you start completely from scratch, you do quite a bit of meeting and wandering around for a while before you finally start putting something together. So I'm an advocate of putting it out there, and that's something that you all as a committee will have to decide whether you want to start from scratch or whether you want to at least take a look at where we are and where we've been to figure out where we're going. But that would be my advice to you, because once we look at the bill in just a moment, you're going to see that there are many tasks. You can quickly get bogged down on any one of them, especially if you come to a meeting and you don't have some idea about where you want to begin. As far as the overly complex part, I agree. There's probably some ability to simplify, but hey, I figured it out, so it can't be too hard. And then here's probably going to be my most controversial statement, and that is I'm all for thinking out of the box, doing some things different. You don't have to be wed to what is and so forth, but I said earlier that one of the major products has got to be a new revised formula. It's got to be enrollment driven. It's got to be where we can calculate it, put it out, some predictability. It is my belief that you cannot afford to go on a quest hearing from many, many school systems in search of best practices in order to build it into a formula. A funding formula to me has to sort of be a common denominator. It has to be the amount of money that any of our 180 school systems could adequately educate a child. Yes, you can hear about what belongs in a classroom, or you can hear about some practices, and maybe that's something you fund for everybody, but I don't think you can focus in on one or two best practices and say, that's what our formula is going to be, and therefore you take what you found in a few systems and you drive it and make everybody else adhere to it. What I think that you do is you come up with a funding formula that is a nice common denominator, and then through other avenues such as flexibility, you let people go to work on using their best practices, and then from that, maybe others catch on and that gets around. And I hope that's not confusing to you what I'm saying, but I kind of felt like the last effort focused heavily on best practices this or best practices that as a notion that we would build it into a formula and apply it to everybody. To me, that's the one-size-fit-all not working. So keep in mind as you do these things, you kind of have to think of the entire spectrum of the 180 systems and what is a nice, adequate level of funding. Another piece of advice, our previous formulas, quality basic education, previous formula, adequate program education in Georgia. Previous formula, minimum foundation program for education. It's no shame to say minimum, basic, adequate, because your formula has to be enough money so that any system has enough coming in from the state that they can adequately educate a kid. We are not, I can tell you this, we are not going to come up with a formula that reaches for excellence. We can say that, but we're not putting orchestra programs in every school system. We're not probably going to be able to afford other things. We're not going to be up here. We're going to be somewhere where the amount of money that is received by a school system is enough to get the basic job done. And that's just how I see it. All right, now, to House Bill 192. I mentioned the committee earlier had come together to try to plan out a committee, think about logistics, and this is kind of what you'll be dealing with the rest of the day. In your package, there is a copy of House Bill 192, and if I could take you through it quickly and tell you a little bit about what we were thinking as we went through. On page 1 on to page 2, this bill was drafted. If it wasn't drafted as a bill, it was going to be also introduced as a resolution. We had it going either way. We cited some of the reasons why a study is needed. Again, I'm going to focus on QBE quite a bit, but remember the spectrum is all of education. Why are we doing it? Well, QBE's been with us since '85. Lots changed since '85. The formula hasn't changed much. Effects of inflation on things such as textbooks and other components. Technology in 1985 versus technology today, vastly different. No technology factor in the formula. The various studies never completed. We most recently had an adequacy lawsuit. It was pending for a couple of years. It was withdrawn. You know, if that had gone the distance, I'm not sure which way it would have gone. I'm kind of on the fence as to whether we would win or lose that, but certainly there were some valid points, and I think we need to be proactive in addressing some of the issues there. And then the suit that was filed as an adequacy suit, there were a whole lot of underlying equity issues there. As we have made budget cuts, poorer school systems are less able to deal with budget cuts than some of the larger systems. So while the suit filed against us was not an equity suit per se, we need to be mindful of putting enough money out there that any school system, especially the poorer ones, have enough money to educate children. And that's compounded by the fact that we have an equalization grant. Mathematically should be $600 million. It's funded at $400 million. So all of the money that's been taken away from equalization really has an impact on the lower wealth systems. As of today, education has $1.1 billion in austerity cuts. And what I mean by that is if you took the code as QBE exists in Title 20, it's largely a cookbook type thing in the code, but if you put QBE together, we are mathematically $1.1 billion short of full funding. And I use the term full funding to say to meet what's in the code. That doesn't necessarily mean full funding as to what should it be if you had technology factors. So we have the issue of the $1.1 billion out there, and where are we going forward with that? John, opinion, a formula should be a model of what you expect in a classroom. In terms of, you know, it's going to be expressed to you that what we're after here in terms of the formula and on a number of education programs, what does it cost to educate a child? Well, QBE has 19 programs ranging from kindergarten through gifted, special ed, 9-12. Your job is largely to decide, first of all, do all those programs need to exist? And for the programs that you decide are the ones that we should have going forward, what should those programs look like? A kindergarten classroom should have a teacher, paraprofessional. How much do they need for some computers or textbooks? It's as simple as trying to go back through and say, what does your typical classroom look like, and let's make the adjustments where we have fallen behind. And then I mentioned earlier about Title 20 being loaded with probably a number of items that just need to be revised. So in page 1 and 2, as to why we need the study and all of the filler material as to why we're doing this, those are just some of the reasons. If you look at page 2 and 3 of House Bill 192, it creates the commission. 20 members. Proud that all 20 of you are here today to get this started. When we had the committee to plan the committee, we talked about what was the right size. One effort that I was a part of with Roy Barnes had 64 members. Way too many. Ideally, what we thought was that the committee might be anywhere from 24 to 32. And even at 24 to 32, there were going to be a lot of people left off, a lot of groups, a lot of representation. The final committee is the 20. It's a good mix of legislative leaders and educators. And that's what we were after. We wanted to make sure that educators who sometimes felt unrepresented had representation on this group. Now, is 20 too few? I don't think so. It's going to be manageable, but keep in mind that a key component here is that as you divide up into subcommittees, and what we have in mind later on is suggesting that you divide up into 4 subcommittees of 5 to deal with issues. That once you're in your subcommittees of 5, depending on the issue, you might add some members as ad hoc members. Example, let's say one issue is to look at school nurse funding. Well, the 5 members of this committee, perhaps you bring a school nurse and a school administrator on board to talk a little bit about what goes on with that and use them as members. So while it's officially 20, you can bring in the experts that you need along the way. As I said earlier, you should be proud because the criteria that we envisioned was that we wanted people who had a good working knowledge of education. We don't expect you to be all QBE experts and know all of the calculations in that. Some of you do. But you got different skills and you have a good knowledge. And some of the areas where maybe you need a little primer or a refresher, that's what we're here for, is to give you some overview or help you if you need a little background. If you look on page 3, the next section deals with the co-chairs, which we have here, as well as meetings. What we will probably do is, I would think that we'll have maybe 3 meetings as a full commission between now and September, October. I believe we had talked about the next one perhaps coinciding with the special session in August.
August 25th.
Okay, August 25th. We'll have the next one. Now, what goes on between now and August 25th? Later today, as you talk about the issues that you think are most pressing and need to be examined, we'll identify those. The co-chairs will identify how to divvy you up into subcommittees. Another important thing that hopefully you'll get to today is trying to sequence of all of the issues that you want to look at, which one should go first? Because we're dealing with interim recommendations for the next budget cycle and legislative session, and then we're dealing with final recommendations for the 2013 session. We really would like to address some of the more pressing issues between now and the next legislative session, truthfully, we'd like to claim a few victories on some fronts, some things that need to be done. We want to show progress that we're actually doing, this time, a legitimate study. So when you start talking about the issues to be addressed, think hard about the sequence and which ones might need to go first and which ones are a little later. And I would suggest to you that, yes, it's okay to work in some issues that you think might cost something in the next one, but you probably want to be a little more limited. It's the recommendations that will come in the second wave that should be the ones that are more money oriented. That would be my suggestion to you. If you look on page, let me say this too about the meetings. It is our intention to try to make the most efficient use of your time. And this is all subject to your approval, so I'll throw this out, but whenever you meet here as a full commission, the next time you meet in August, we envision bringing you a series of papers and issues. Whenever a subcommittee examines an issue, we are going to try to document what you do in a small, brief issue paper. And let's say school nurse funding was one of the first issues. Let's say after today, whichever subcommittee says we want to look at school nurse funding, you line up some subcommittee meetings, you maybe bring the school nurse in. The very first time you meet, staff are going to bring you a partially completed issue paper. And in your package, you'll find a template. Looks something like this. The issue paper, the outline suggests that we will define what is the issue and why are we examining it. We will give you some background information on how we currently handle that issue.
Everybody got it?
Okay. We will give you information on what the current practice is, how we handle that issue. We will give you some information on what other states do and some of the alternatives that we have seen out there. And from the time you meet, the very first time you have a subcommittee meeting, half of this paper is going to be written so that you'll have something in front of you that you can immediately begin discussing and debating. Now, it may be that you're going to need more information than just what's presented to you, but at least you have a place to start and that you're not just meeting and kind of wandering a little bit. You have something to start with. Now, if all goes well in your subcommittee meeting, you'll be able to look at some alternatives and maybe come close to developing a recommendation. But at the end of, or as you wrap up an issue, there will be some kind of a document. And I don't envision these being very long, but there will be some kind of a document that documents why we made some recommendation that we're making. There'll be something on record. And hopefully we'll put together something that 25 years ago, some other budget nerd will be here talking to a group of people about what a wonderful work 2011 and 12 group did. But how did they come up with that? And there'll be something that they could reference. Okay, so this is the subcommittee, and you would be driving towards completing whatever recommendation. But then these papers become the discussion material at the next full committee meeting. You would receive 4 or 5 papers, however many we can knock out, and you as a full committee would look at it a little further and decide whether these are the recommendations you want to adopt. But we're going to try to constantly keep this moving so that you're never in a position of meeting for the sake of meeting. I would also add that we have talked about subcommittee meetings, and we know that we're taking a lot of your time. We're going to try to arrange this to where if you're in town, that's great, but if not, we're going to try to hook you up somehow, maybe using DOE facilities that you can dial in or we can teleconference. But we don't want it to be an undue burden that you travel a lot, perhaps coming up here. I'll also say that we're going low-tech on some of this. Low-tech in the sense that we're not going to spend a ton of money on meeting facilities. The Barnes group of 64 that I mentioned, every time they had a full committee meeting, we rented a big space at the Waverly Hotel in Cobb. We're going to keep it pretty low budget here.
John, this is when you indicated the audience that we're always looking for sponsors.
Yes. Turn around and say, anyone who's willing to volunteer a space and a lunch. A water.
Okay. Moving to page 4 and 5, and this is some suggested topics. Yes, it is in House Bill 192, starting at the top of page 4. But it is still a suggestion. QBE formula, a review to figure out what we should be doing on that front. Probably a slam dunk. It's probably where we will need to divide QBE up into bite-sized chunks. Maybe, example, maybe we need to take it on, what kind of a technology factor or a balance between textbooks and technology do we need in the formula that doesn't currently exist? Maybe another bite-sized piece of QBE will be, what do we do on M&O? Let me point out right now that in a moment I'll mention some issues that I think you should stay away from. QBE, 92% of QBE is wrapped up in salaries. 8% of it's wrapped up in operating expenses. In my view, much of what we will do with QBE is more on the operating side. I don't believe that this group at this time is going to want to get heavily into teacher salaries.
That's correct. In fact, that's going to be teacher salaries and merit pay and these type of things into year here. We're really in this state. We're going to be using Race to the Top as our guinea pig to be looking at performance pay for teachers and such. It's always nice to use somebody else's money to make sure you get it right if you're ever going to roll it out. So that's going to be part of the component of Race to the Top, as well as the data system things as well.
Right. That's not to say now, as you go through QBE, if you identified some additional personnel or some ratios that needed to change that have some effect on personal services, that you wouldn't do that. But a lot of what has gotten dated in QBE is the missing technology, the maintenance and operation, and not keeping up with some of those items. Another item, the state-local funding partnership, the local 5 mil share. Is that how we're going to continue to get the locals' contribution toward educating a child, or is it an 80-20 proposition, or is it something different? But it's wide open as to how, what the state pays for, what locals pay for, or how we split that. Equalization, this is an issue that's been floating. This is the one where it should be a $600 million grant to help narrow the gap between the wealthier school systems and the lower wealth school systems. We've kind of gotten caught up with some unintended consequences, I would say, from the Barnes change in 2000. Frankly, the size increases we were seeing in equalization made it to where it was almost, or maybe unsustainable. But are there other alternatives that we can explore with regard to equalization? Pupil transportation. Not sure what % we're down to now. It used to be about a 50-50. 30? 25?
22?
And there are decisions to be made there. I mean, the fallback from a budget analyst like me was, well, gee, you know, the code says we don't transport students that live within 1.5 miles, but is that practical in this day and time? Probably not. So we have to examine pupil transportation and how we want to do that. State schools funding. I've had this belief that state school funding should somehow be derived much like funding for other school systems, that there ought to be at least some part formula-driven, enrollment-driven. They do have other circumstances like house parents there, but looking at how we fund state schools. Capital outlay. We're at a point where exceptional growth is slowing down a little bit. I think the Department of Education has had some proposals. We'll look at those, figure out what to do on capital outlay. Other issues quickly, charter schools. With all that's going on, it could be that others get out front of this issue and try to address it rather than using this as the forum. But this is a potential forum for addressing what we do with charter schools going forward. Post-secondary options, the Excel program, some of those things, move on when ready. Frankly, as a parent, I get a little confused sometimes as to subtle differences between one versus the other, so maybe we can iron those things out. And then I keep coming back to Title 20 revisions, some of the things that we have out there that either we've never done, unfunded mandates, Band-Aids, but trying to straighten some of Title 20 out. If you, all right, preface it again, John's opinion, some of the issues to avoid. Teacher salaries, we've already talked about that. Let's see where Race to the Top takes us. If Race to the Top has some things that become ready over the next 20 months, they could be folded in as part of this whole thing. I feel like a guiding principle for you needs to be that I wouldn't waste my time with any issue that doesn't have some reasonable guarantee or hope of improving student outcomes. To my friends in the education community, we don't recognize FICA. Probably should. 6.2%. It's about a $400 million issue. But if we recognize that, at least in the short term in the formula, all we're doing is pulling a fund swap. There's no real educational gain there. I'm not saying that maybe we shouldn't look at it, but there's a lot of other things that, to me, that would be much higher priority that actually have student achievement attached to them that should go first. And then I have a strong feeling that if we do this study and we recommend some additional money along the way, I hope for board members and locals that it doesn't become backdoor tax relief. If we fund additional state money only to see that it gets passed along as a millage rate reduction, then did we really just improve anything? No way to really control that, but I hope the spirit here is that we're actually trying to enhance and improve things. On page 6, we talked earlier about staff. You know, take anything we can get. We hope that anybody that wants to participate looking at various issues will do so. Right now, the House, the Senate, we're working great together. Very pleased about that. Office of Planning and Budget and Governor's staff. But we will welcome anyone who will help us do some research and work on some
John,
of
one
these
thing you might
papers.
want to add there, we're also doing some things with the Gates Foundation. Indy and the governor's office, we've met with them. We want to call on them particularly on things from out of state when we get different perspectives on some of these topics. So we'll have access, we hope, to them. We've got SREB here, Gary here out there in the audience. We've got Steve here from the Georgia Partnership. So we plan to utilize all these outside resources, particularly in the subcommittee level. That's where it's going to be utilized. So that in these subcommittees, we want to get good ideas from other people. Some of the best initiatives we've ever had are ones we've stolen from other people at work. What a unique concept, right?
University of Georgia teachers.
Yeah, UGA we've got. So again, we've got all these resources. We expect the subcommittees to be using them, and then staff will coordinate that for you with groups like Georgia Partnership, SREB, University of Georgia, et cetera. Of course, having Hank here won't hurt either. You are going to be there for a while, aren't you, Hank? Yes, sir. Okay, I just wanted to check after your last 4-month job. Okay, go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
The last couple of sections of the bill on page 6, we felt it important when we were coming up with this to put some target dates because we want people to see progress is being made. And they were probably the 2 easiest steps and 2 easiest dates, but I'm happy to say that the first 2 dates have been met. That it was very close to, if not on May 15th, that the governor and all the appointments to this group was made. So there's one down. And today is June 30th, and that was the target date for having the first meeting. So we're on track. What you'll see the rest of the way, September 30th is listed as a date for interim recommendations. Now, realistically, that might go into early October, but you say, why September 30th? Well, I do expect that the first round may have some items that require money, and we need to make sure to get those items into the governor's budget process. We need to give them time to consider some of those. So September, certainly by early October would be the time for that. You see a date of December 31st for legislation. That is for my dear friend Betsy. Legislation this important shouldn't be drafted on the fly. There ought to be a good 2-month period to be able to put together the things that we think need to be in the first set of recommendations. All of us have a chance to proof through that, make sure it's what we want, and hopefully have minimum revisions between House and Senate. But whenever you draft something like this on the fly in January through March, you inevitably have mistakes. And then beyond December 31st, the next 2 dates that are mentioned is really just a repeat of the cycle. Probably the biggest money items and heaviest weight items may well be left to round 2. And you see September 30th, 2012 to have the next round, the final round at this point of recommendations, once again in time for at least some consideration in the budget process by the governor and on through the General Assembly. And then December 31st, the final legislation. And once again, making sure we leave plenty of time to draft that. And then the last section, the end date. We stand abolished on March 31st, 2013. We need to address as many of the issues that you identify this afternoon, as many issues that you can that are in this bill. We left it to March 31st, 2013, just in case during that session of 2013 this group needed to get back together for emergency purposes. We would really think that most of it would be wrapped up by September, October.
Be sure you meant in prioritization, that's the critical.
Yeah. And then, as I said earlier, one of the last things that we will do is from all of the papers that are written, all of the things that we think need to be done, we will try to put together a prioritized list of how we would implement, what we would recommend. Will textbooks and some kind of a technology factor within a formula maybe be step 1 or something that we see critical, top of the list with estimated cost? What might be number 2 on the list, whatever the priorities are. But then this becomes a document, and our hope will be that, okay, we have done our work, we've looked at this, and that between Governor and General Assembly, that as some new money comes in, we'll try to peel some off and apply it toward the list. I believe I said this earlier. I'm prone to repeating myself, especially on some important stuff. It was a couple of weeks ago. I was speaking with Kelly. He asked me a question about whenever you're in these subcommittees or even the full committee and you're doing an assignment, should you be driven by the constraints of the budget in the sense that it's got to be revenue neutral or you know, any kind of a marching order like that? And at least for me, for right now, pending what you all say, I say no, be honest about it. You know, whatever the issue you're looking at, take an honest look at it, talk about it as a subcommittee, come up with what you think is the appropriate answer. If it costs some more, it costs some more. Yes, try to have some constraints on it. Maybe don't make it as nice as, you know, as it could be, but don't try to revenue neutral yourself either. And then somewhere in the end with a prioritization and so forth, we'll work this out, but I think it's important that you be honest. because if you do anything else that either gravitates towards the revenue neutral side or the wish list side, remember that those are a couple of the things that I said have really killed the other 5 efforts. And I say one last time that the low expectations and the fact that we just haven't completed one of these, I hope you take that as a challenge and that you'll work together and be able to see this thing through. Brooks and I keep saying this is our swan song. I'm either going out with no lifetime hits or one.
It's going to happen, John. We're going to get it then.
So those are my comments to you. I realize that there's heavy opinion there. I try to be honest as to what my observations have been for the 25 years. I would like to think my friends that some of them have the same observations. Some may differ with me. I encourage them to speak up and let you know if they differ with me. Just wait till I'm gone. Hurt my feelings otherwise. But, you know, anything we can do to help, and I hope that this will be a success.
Thank you. I don't want anyone who's following the agenda to panic. We're on schedule because what John did, which I'm so glad did so much better than I could have, the House bill I was going to discuss, after we won't do it now, we're going to get right on to to our consultant. We have plenty of time. We're not behind. We're actually a little ahead. So, Fran, what is your, tell them, 5 minutes? Let's take a 5-minute quick break. Now, we're going to be back in here. I have 11 o'clock. What do y'all have? 11? 2 or 3 after. Be back here at 5 after. Ooh, all right. We're going to start. John, great job. That was a good. How'd the meeting go over there?
Good. We got the right vote.
Did you tell them where? Oh, no.
We had enough people there.
I tell you.
Off to a good start.
Hey, thank you.
John did a good job.
I appreciate you. You got the job.
Brooks wrote his speech.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. And it won. Yep. And 21 and 21.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. John said we want this to be over. Good. That's right. Yes.
Murray has got a teleconference call in just a minute. Would you tell
Fran
not to introduce me?
Just introduce him.
Yes, he's got to go.
Unfortunately, I'm double booked. I'm presenting at this ABA.
No, it's we'll just say you'll be working with me. So I think just you going on. I'll tell Fran right now. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all right. It's quite all right. No,
we won't be back. We won't be back.
Well, the teleconference goes from 1 o'clock till 2:30. So I'm going to make the effort to come back in.
Get back on the issue. All right. I'm sorry.
All right, we good.
All right. Have that lady get in touch with me.
I will. I promise.
One sec, Tom. I'll be right with you. It'll be more than 5 minutes. what it was, it's vote on the ARC, and we just changed it. We changed it, for example, we put areas back together with citizen representation. We think it's better than the old version. It's like a 21 people voted for it out of 34. There's 3 naps. Traditional now. City of Atlanta gives up 1 person. The cab. Yeah. The cab. Yeah. They still get the mayor. They get 2. The cab. Put in the Cobb. All get 2. And but it won't be alternating anymore like in Rockville. They'll get their own. Like where I live, we're all back together. I'm not in 2 jurisdictions. There's a working group Steve Davis headed. You want to ask him about it. And so yeah, I think it's a good thing we did. So that's why. And they needed the votes. Needed at least 17, so they got 21. And their traffic was up there today with wrecks and everything else. We didn't vote for 20 minutes or something like that. But I missed the intros. Of course, John, I knew it pretty much most of it. So. You know he's going. Yeah. But he's going to be involved still. Because he's probably our most. Sit down there, big boy. He's probably our most knowledgeable guy in the state government. Yeah, he'll be very excited. Through his boss with Hank Simmons. All right. Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, doing good.
What do you think? See what happens, right?
Yeah. They get a damn vacancy in politics.
How are you this morning?
Fine, Kelly. How you
How's
doing?
everything up in Cobb?
Man, let's just pick.
Now, y'all hired a superintendent, right? Okay. Up in Cobb, because I stay so damn busy with what's going on down here. Even though I live in Cobb now again, I just don't have time to keep up with it.
He's from down in Texas. He takes over.
Well, I hope he's a good guy, and I hope he does a great job, because I'll tell you, I started in Cobb. I spent my first 22 years in Cobb.
Then you went to City, man.
Yeah, and there'll always be a special place in my heart for that school system.
It's a good district. Change is good.
Yeah.
Fred's last day.
Well, I wish Fred well.
How long has he been there?
Hired him in January of 06.
Hey, Betsy. How are you?
Hello, Betsy.
Hey, darling, how you doing?
Here we are.
All right, if everyone could take your seat, we're going to get started. We got a long way to go. Get you out of here on time.
All right, Brooke.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Lindsay, thanks for being here, buddy.
Good proud of you. You know, one thing I didn't do, I want to introduce all the legislators that are here this morning. We didn't have
all right.
No, I want, because I saw 3 more. How you doing? We're going to have a little stuff. We're going to get you involved. All right, we're ready to get started.
1, 2.
Everyone could take your seat. We need to go. Shh. Everyone, please take your seat. We're going to be taskmasters. Get this thing done because we're going to break at 12 on the dot. We got to break at 12 on the button. Then we got to get back here at 1 on the button. Everything got to be quick. While everybody's being seated, would all the legislators that are here today stand up? I saw a couple of senators. Stand up and wave at us, senators. And hey, there we go. See our House members. I saw a couple of senators. Wave your hand where you see. We appreciate them being here. And we want to be sure you legislators and senators pick your subcommittee and get involved now. And once again, I want to emphasize to all the audience, when we start today, you'll notice I'm supposed to kick this off. I'm turning it over to Fran. We're going to introduce our facilitator and get started. But I want you to know, you're going to see these 4 subcommittees. I don't want anybody to say my feelings are hurt, I haven't been asked, I want to do. It's up to you to contact the chairs, get involved, and we expect all of you to do that. So, Fran, turn it over. Take it away.
Gordon, next time you move, you better tell me. I'm looking around to do my introduction. Gordon's not in his chair. Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce the facilitator, Gordon Maynor. He's a senior public service associate with Carl Vinson Institute, and he's been doing this for over 30 years in the training and development area. He serves as facilitator, presenter. He's a recipient of the UGA's Public Service and Outreach Walter B. Hill Award for Distinguished Achievement in Public Service. And he's going to be assisted by Murray Weed, which I'm looking for Murray.
Murray had a meeting with the American Bar Association making a presentation.
Okay, he will be back in here. And Murray comes to us. He's been with Carl Vinson since 2011, beginning of the year, and deals in the local government training program and deals in that area. And we are just delighted to have Gordon with us. He's interfaced with the staff. And with that, Gordon, Chairman Coleman and I will get out of the way.
Thank you, Senator.
Gordon, before you, let me clarify one thing, because I had a couple of people at the break come up and ask me this. I want you to know I love this lady over here, Christine. She's as I said, great, and she's done well. And I said earlier that she's taking John's place. I meant she's taking John's place on this committee to help this. I tell you, she's very good, doing great, but we don't know what they're doing yet with John's position. But Christine is taking over as the chairperson of this committee, doing all the work, because John's going to be, Hank's got him busy, but Hank's going to let him stay with us, I know. So thank you a lot. So y'all, that answered 2 questions. I had people come up and ask me. Right.
Thank you, Senator Miller, and also thank you all for your service for this commission. Also, thank you for your interest in education. I want to move very quickly. We are running short on time, and I want to try to get as much as we can done quickly today. So if you would turn the projector on there. Just some basic, my roles today and the time that I'm involved will be to keep the conversation focused and keep it moving. Also to make sure we stay on time, make sure everyone is heard, and to ensure that commission member comments are accurately captured. Joy is going to be taking your comments and capture them on the word processor here. And during lunch, we will print everything up that you came up with today in terms of your ideas and suggestions for the different groupings. Prior to today, or the ground rules, let's focus on some ground rules briefly. The ground rules to keep us focused is the past is the past. Let's talk about and focus on the future. You've heard that in your challenge today also. Our session today is not a debate or not problem solving. We're simply going to be identifying issues and concepts and ideas that might be forwarded to the subcommittees for their discussion. Our time today is very limited. Please keep comments brief as you can, and I will work to try to move you forward if we get kind of hung up. And are those ground rules fair with everybody? Relatively simple? Okay. If you will take it off and go to the next one. Over the last couple of 3 weeks, the co-chairs and the steering committee have worked very hard to give you a framework to begin working on. Your time frames for getting some initial results are pretty quick, and in their wisdom put together the framework that we'll be working from today. What they've basically done is looked at the legislation and have put those items in 4 major categories. What we'll be doing for the next hour is answering a basic question on each one of those areas. The first one is foundational formula funding. We will spend about 15 minutes, not necessarily brainstorming, but coming up with ideas, with concepts, with issues that might want to be addressed by the committee that forms out of that particular area. Second one is support and services. The third one is state and local district partnership equity. And the fourth one is move from compliance to accountability, innovative programs, other Title 20 issues. So what I propose to do is that we'll start with the first one. If you'll move to the next page, Joy.
These are in their folder, too.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is the chart that's in your folder. These are listed in here. And again, these are put together by the co-chairs and the steering committee. So the way I want to do this is, the key question is, how do we assign funding weights for improved student outcomes? And some sample issues that the steering committee put together just to get you thinking in a direction. One is textbooks, classroom technology. Another one is materials, classroom supplies. And another one is maintenance and operations. What I'd like to do is to take about 2 minutes for each one of you to jot down any other ideas, suggestions, or comments that may be added to that list. And what we'll do is we'll go around the room and hear everybody's comments until all of them are exhausted. So we'll give you a couple minutes to jot some things down that you'd like to make sure we get on this list. We're only talking about the first one, which is foundational formula funding. How do we assign funding weights for improved student outcomes? There are no right or wrong comments. These are simply things that come to your mind. We're not looking for right answers. We're not looking for right solutions. We're looking for issues that you see might fall under this particular item. Excuse me? No, we're going to wait a second.
Yeah, we want to emphasize this is the core student funding we're talking about under this. This is core student funding.
If you're having a hard time thinking of one, you might want to use one of those samples because they'll probably be on the list too. Do we have a volunteer to go first? So we'll start over here and we'll go around this way. And as your idea has been exhausted, or ideas have been exhausted, just I'll pass. However, if you come up with another one during discussion, write it down. Start us off, please.
Well, I went back to the legislation as John was doing his talking and tried to assign, did I think everything in the law that we were supposed to look at got captured by one of the four? And so most of the things for the QBE formula in page 4 of the bill, line 95 says, you have most of them listed there. One thing that's not is the graduation coaches. So I don't know if graduation coaches fit in this category, but it's not covered.
We'll capture that. Very good. Thank you. Next on down the line.
Yes, Gordon, if I may, and I don't want to make it sound like we're just looking at QBE, but I would suggest that, as John Brown mentioned, the QBE formula, and when you say the word weights, the formula actually has a number of different areas, the programs as well as some things from the 19 programs that are delineated. And I'm wondering if there might be an idea of using the QBE formula as sort of a guide to make sure we capture what we mean by the word weights. And in QBE, and this is what's distracting me a little bit, in QBE you have direct and indirect. So as I look actually just at subcommittee 1, it's difficult because to me, if we're talking QBE, what we might say is that there are a number of items in QBE that are already pretty much established. Not that they shouldn't be reviewed, but in terms of just looking at them, that we say all of the things that are direct instruction related within QBE, that those would fall under this category, and that the things that are indirect are generally would probably be considered for subcommittee 2. And I'm probably one of the few people that could probably come up with a lot of the bullet points, but what we might do instead is just pull out a QBE weight sheet or just agree that we'll look at a QBE weight sheet, and when we say weights, if we mean all of the direct instruction type things in QBE, that's what we include here, and then probably for subcommittee 2, the indirect and those types of things would be in subcommittee 2, and then we don't have to list them all out.
Okay. But going on around the room, let's sort of hear what people are having to say and their ideas.
Clarify a little bit, because as you know, this is what resources are needed in a classroom. What resources are needed in a classroom? That's what
Okay, around?
Mine are really broad.
Just give me first one, and we'll come around a second time if you have a second one.
So I think that on textbooks and classroom technology, one of the things I think the question to ask by this group, the challenge would be to ask why do we need textbooks given current technology, and what is driving the use of either or within the classroom? What's driving the use of textbooks versus, iPads, and how, who's having the most success with what? You want me to skip those two, you can pick them out?
And maybe expand on that a little bit. Okay. On around the table?
I would ditto on flexibility with the technology. I would also look in high school grades in early remediation earlier in high school. So 9th through 12th grade.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Continue on with the base, the one, weight one is for the 9th through 12th grades, but there's some really differentiated costs in those. For instance, a lab class costs more than an English class likely, so a little bit more in-depth study of what three of them things.
If I look at the QBE weights, certainly I wanted to make sure that there's some flexibility on the local level as far as when they do calculate the weights, when those student numbers are placed into that weighting system. Are we giving the school districts and the local schools some flexibility? If you're looking at a situation where your weight may say you are only allocated one assistant principal, is there some flexibility there because of certain school-based needs where you could have another assistant principal, even though the QBE weight as it is does not specifically merit another principal or counselor or position of that nature?
Okay, thank you. Hank? Got him already?
First of all, I agree with Scott's comments that a good way to delineate may be those base or foundational formula items on the allocation sheet. But if you want a specific item, this may be the area in which class size falls, which is kind of a 500-pound gorilla in the room.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Senator Hill?
May have missed the whole point here, but first thought that came to my mind in looking at this area was to review our focus on how the formula affects the classroom, based on the focusing on the classroom and student achievement. I think we struggle with it in the budget process and looking for areas to cut and realize, well, some of the areas we were interested in cutting were all referenced in the formula, which were not areas that result in classroom improvement. So I think my point would try to be to review our focus on how the formula ultimately affects classroom performance of the student.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the follow-up, just what Senator Hill just said, that, you got different types of students in here too, so we need to look at that. You've got special ed, you've got gifted, this kind of thing. So you've got, and I'm not trying to stereotype kids, but right now we use different formula funding based upon the type of, where we classified a child. I mean, when it's all said and done. So, I think you have to look at the children in the particular classroom. We've got them right now in subgroups, whether that's right or wrong, that's how we do it.
Okay.
And we got different weights, so it goes beyond the base weights at that point.
As she's capturing your comments, if you don't see if that's not exactly what you meant to say, then let us know so we can get it corrected.
We'll pass it.
Thank you.
When we're talking about technology, I guess traditionally we think about the media technology, whether it's books or iPads, but I think we need to also look at lab technology, not just science lab technology, but also in our CTAE labs, as far as having the equipment there that is industry standard or up-to-date industry-wise. When we build a high school, and the high school is 25 years old, we've equipped it with equipment at that point in time, but a lot of times we never go back and update, and so that's something I think we need to look at.
Thank you.
Just ditto comments from Scott, but looking at the key issue of weights, I think as John Brown mentioned in his comments, going back and looking at the 19 different programs that we fund, and can those be streamlined? Do we need all 19 of those? And prioritize those and look at issues with just for example, gifted education, combine that with class size. Does it truly cost that much more to educate a gifted child, and do you truly need that fewer of students in that classroom to educate a gifted child?
The future school that we're envisioning will not look a lot like the school that we've known in the past. So an element of virtual education and a funding weight for virtual education program, not only within the context of the school day, but beyond the school day, so we give students an opportunity for additional learning during the school year and beyond the school year should be something I think that's considered within this area. Thank you. Next.
I had several thoughts, and they've been touched on.
All right, thank you.
I'm looking at curriculum development and also teacher quality. I don't know how teacher quality fits into the funding formula, but that's something we also need to take a look at. And we were talking about how gifted education is weighted as opposed to other aspects of the different funding formulas. I think we spend very little on educating those individuals that are academically gifted and talented, and I think that's something we really need to take a closer look at. How are we going to educate those students, because those become your business leaders, your community leaders, and we've just kind of forgotten them over the past few years, so that's important.
Thank you.
Just to expound on, as Superintendent Evans said about the virtual education, I think it behooves us from a financial standpoint in the future that's something that we really have got to explore and take a hard look at in terms of how do we staff that, how do we evaluate it. Okay. That's something we certainly have to at least consider.
Good, thank you.
I think you're very correct on the virtual education. And for instance, when you're piping a class from one high school over to another high school, and you might look at what kind of person you need to be in that classroom. You know, you may not need as highly qualified person to be in that classroom. So I think that's very important. Another thing I would ask, we have M&O here. I don't see much difference between, I know in the formula we have the M&O, and then we have the transportation down as an add-on. And the transportation is a vital part. We've got to get them there to teach them. So, it would be interesting to me to see about making it as vital a part of the formula as the M&O, so that it's not the area that's most convenient to cut across the board.
And that's also will be part of the subcommittee number 2, one on support services, transportation, so we'll come back to that one. Yes.
Media Center funding and what part they play in direct instruction.
Right.
My issue is on digital books and just the need for having them, and then the changes that will mean in the instruction in all of the classes where you have digital books.
Okay. Let's go back the other way, and let's, again, we're going to try to get through all 4 of these before lunch, which means we've got about 25 minutes. So just brief comments. We'll have time after lunch for discussion and go back and discuss on each one of those.
You will have a little, you don't have to rush. We're going to give you after lunch. You're going to have the time, so you got plenty of time.
Okay, so we can move this in after lunch?
You can do 2 of them, because I'd rather take plenty of time.
Thanks. Works for me. Works for me.
Because we've moved all this up a little bit.
Works for me. Okay, we're going to start back. Who's got the mic?
Right here. If I could just follow up, add to what Dr. Bostic just mentioned, it is probably already embedded with the textbooks and instructional materials, but in technology, I would say the word in that is differentiated instruction, particularly as we get larger class sizes, which I think we're going to be living with for some time. Providing teachers various tools so that she can differentiate among groups in the classroom is probably a 21st century concept we might need to add overtly.
Good. Another? Next? We go that way. Who's next?
If we're talking about support for student achievement, I think that's an area we need to add along with school nurses and schools. Oh, we're still on one? We're still on one. Okay. Okay.
This was a question more than anything else. I know we've been emphasizing K-12, but should we also look at a funding or adding to our funding formula the pre-K and below as part of this and get it away? Because education starts at a much earlier age than kindergarten.
I think Senator Sims' point on teacher quality, this is implied, but I thought very important to teacher quality is the quality of teacher education, particularly preparing teachers to be able to hit the ground running the first day in the classroom management, those kinds of things.
Thank you.
Yeah, relative to teacher quality, that may fit in subcommittee 2 under professional learning. That might be where that would slide. This probably, relative to the one we're discussing, probably falls under the general comment of different students, different needs, but we haven't discussed art, music, physical education, foreign language, and those are certainly items that might fit into category 1.
Well, I know that one of the other committees is probably looking at capital outlay, and we'll probably approach this, but looking under maintenance and operations, though, there's a good bit of thought that more flexibility in eSPLOS funds is probably more vital for some systems than building funds. And I'm not sure where it fits, but certainly under, as we look at maintenance and operations, I would be interested in expanding that to include an additional portion of eSPLOS funds.
I want to tie a couple of comments together, specifically with early childhood education and looking at funding. I believe research is clear that investment is, you get more return on your investment on the front end. And let's, can we look at, as far as the funding weights, early childhood education and investing more at that end, tying it back into foreign language, and looking at economic development. And we have systems that truly would love to have foreign language beginning in elementary school for students to truly master that, but without the funding, it's not possible. So looking at early childhood education and investing more on the front end.
Okay, very good.
Focusing again on our relationships in K-12 with our post-secondary education partners, continuing to address and incentivize the opportunity for our K-12 students to take post-secondary courses through the technical college system of Georgia with a greater participation of on-site instruction, whether it be virtual and or in presence. Also, ensuring that we don't disincentivize those opportunities, whether it be with the university system of Georgia or technical college system of Georgia. Yes.
Dual enrollment.
Expansion of our career academies.
It seems to me that what we're actually talking about here is just how do we determine how much money is going to go to a school system. Can we look at a disconnect then between how they spend it? Not just flexibility, but almost to the point of all of these funding weights determine how much money you're going to get, but now it's up to you how you're going to spend it totally.
Do you mean local flexibility on spending related to the
Well, I think it really is going beyond flexibility. I see flexibility as, well, I can move some money from 10th grade to 11th grade or 6th through 8 to 4 or 5. But if this determines just a pot of money for instruction, total flexibility, I think is a different concept. Kind of what the Lieutenant Governor was talking about.
Well, dual enrollment was the other issue I had, and so.
I'll take it over to the other side. Yes, sir.
Scott, if a district gets money, do they have to spend it, or can they stockpile it?
Well, a couple answers. Firstly, with the expenditure control waivers that we've given through 2015, there are no tests that we do to ensure that local systems are spending a certain amount in each of the programs. So as long as that waiver is in place, there's no requirement that a certain amount of money be spent on QBE. Additionally, of course, state funds get commingled with local funds, so it's hard to really, and it loses its identity once it goes into that general fund in terms of expenditure. So in theory, a local system could be generating fund balance, which is, I guess, kind of which would be similar to equity for the financial types, owner's equity, whatever you want to call it. But the fund balance could be carried forward. And of course, the Department of Education, the state auditors, do like to see that school systems have a minimum of at least 3 months of fund balance. With all of the volatility that's going on with local tax digests, to some extent with state funding, I would tell you it's difficult to know and say that just because the fund balances have been changing that it's a result of any of the expenditure controls. I think it has more to do with the volatility in revenue. And sometimes we have good collection months and sometimes we don't. So the answer is probably there's no way to really know whether the buildup in the fund reserve, which can be carried over to the next year, is the result of expenditure controls. I would suggest it's probably not. It has more to do with what's happening in the tax digest.
These are really creative, out-of-the-box thinking. I like your thought processes here. Do you have another one?
I just want to add something to Scott's. If you go back to the differentiated learning that we look at given the high school dropout rate, that we look at the teacher's ability to really identify the kids that need to be remediated, and maybe have a conversation about at what point, is it before third grade? Because there's sort of a common belief that after third grade there's a stigma attached to it, and then how the teacher's sort of given the tools to, or I don't know if it's professional development, but to kind of come up with a way that they communicate that then to the parent. So, if there is remediation needed, that it's gotten early.
One other thing, building on the dual enrollment and the use of state resources, look across lines, technical colleges, universities, high schools, look across lines in terms of why built a state-of-the-art facility in both a high school and, look at us from a state point of view.
We have about 5 more minutes so we can get into the second one before lunch. So make your comments brief and let's.
Well, one issue that I think about is currently we have at least in the high school level school improvement grant schools, and those school improvement grant schools receive additional monies because of their achievement status. Well, if we're looking at saying that extra money is supposed to move them forward, then are we looking at the same thing from the state level as far as how they're funded? If you have a school that has reached a certain needs improvement status, are we going to fund them under the same weight as a school that has never been in a needs improvement status? And if we are, then what are we saying about this federal money that we're taking to improve the schools? Is it not necessary? So I think that's a conversation that really needs to be had as we go forward, looking at how we're weighting the funding for all of our schools.
I kind of want to second what John had to say about early childhood. I'm an old secondary person in K-12, middle school, high school, but I will tell you that as we establish priorities in this commission, it's absolutely crucial that we get it right K-3. That's the foundation of everything we do, and our dollars should follow our priorities. Relative to class size, since we're thinking out of the box, I think one conversation we need to have is maybe thinking in a different way, special ed and other specific categories, but for general class sizes, do we need them? Do we in fact need an established class size other than maybe in some special categories? And does that create arbitrary boundaries and lack of flexibility that more gets in our way than assists us?
Good. Getting close. Does anyone else have any burning to get out? Okay, great. Well, this will give the first subcommittee a lot of things to begin thinking about as they begin working together. Some great ideas. The next one, the key question, let's go scroll up just a little bit. The study area is support and services. Key question, what services, positions outside of the classroom are necessary to operate a school system? Some issues, examples might be pupil transportation, school nurses, school nutrition. And this time we'll start from this side, going back the other way.
I would suggest looking at after-school programs and what's needed and what should be funded.
Should we fund them as categorical grants, which is how these are currently funded, or is there a better funding mechanism for them?
Well, I made that point earlier about the pupil transportation, and I think we should look at that. Another factor that you might put in there under another dot would be school security. You know, since Columbine, local systems spending a lot of money on SROs and so forth, and should we look at helping with that responsibility?
Good.
Transportation was mine as well. It has become an easy target, an obvious target, as we've all had to cut budgets, and we're reaching a point where we are going to have to make some decisions in terms of the ages of buses and that sort of thing.
My thinking was along the lines of additional assistance from outside of the schools, like corporate sponsorships and partnerships, community partnerships, parental involvement, even allowing schools to remain open beyond what we call the normal school day or hour, so that if parents want to come in or to talk to school personnel or about homework and those kinds of things, just have a friendlier, open school involvement. Those were my thinkings.
That's actually a pretty good segue from my thought. My thought on the actual premise question, what services positions are not necessary? What can we cut? What kind of efficiencies? And to Senator Sims' comments, what can we transition over to some corporate partnerships, that kind of thing?
Contrary to anyone who might think otherwise, I think the superintendent is a vitally important position. That being said, I want us to make sure that we lose sight of everything that is supported in the classroom. Three hugely important areas that I see in our district include support for special education services. An enormous amount of time and energy and support goes there, and it's important that we get it right, and it's important that there be support there. Support, we talk about technology, going to digital content, talking about going to virtual programs. Support for technology is vitally, vitally important. And all of us have probably been guilty of slashing our budgets in the area of professional development and learning as it relates to academic and accountability and all of that support structure. But if we're going to get world-class, I think we've got to ensure that we support world-class professional development, assessment, and teacher development in that process.
School counselors. We're grossly underfunding school counselors across our state.
Buster, we appreciate y'all. But you do trigger a thought when you talk about superintendents and some of the central office capabilities and functions there. Maybe this is an appropriate time to start talking about multi-county partnerships on leadership, whether it's sharing superintendents or other central office activities.
I think you hit it, Terry. I think I look at some of these schools, and you have a vice principal for this and a vice principal for that, and I wonder, for attendance, or I'm thinking, what are we doing here? So not just, I think the whole administrative process we have to look at, both at the central office and at the specific school level, of how we're funding these things. Because I have to tell you, when we've been not responding to teachers, and we've got all the staff on board, it doesn't look very good as an outsider. But in my world, in the business world, we call that overhead. So I think that's something we need to be looking at very, very seriously. And I think we talked about some of the support services, with the media specialists, the parapros, that kind of thing as well.
Well, I'm still interested in existing revenue streams like East Splost, and how can we take and make those more flexible. And, of course, the support area is an area that needs more resources. So I'm certainly interested in looking at that.
I'll put social workers and school psychologists into the mix. They probably fall in this category. And I would suggest that I agree completely with what Buster said about special education, but that probably fits more in Category 1 than it does in this category.
I would just underscore what the superintendent said about counselors. We in the university system certainly see the results of too few school counselors, and that they're also, I think, that's directly related to the whole issue of articulation between systems, between schools, dual enrollment, all of those kinds of options that I don't think are getting used as well as they could, and the school counselor is a key component of that.
I was just thinking along the lines of the improvement of the instructional model in the school. Are we making sure that the funding mechanism addresses in a forward-thinking manner the type of people that will be needed in the school to improve instruction? In the minds of our teachers, someone to come in, we have academic coaches, instructional coaches now. How are they being funded, and how will they be funded going forward?
One of the processes, the technical college system just completed over the past few years a substantial merger process. And in that process, the smallest technical colleges and the largest, everyone got together and decided on what are the essential administrative positions that are needed to run a college. And then as size increases, what are the additional ones you want? And I think K-12 needs to, Senator Miller, your point, needs to really take a hard look at the administrative positions and what is really needed, and to have an effective school system.
Excuse me, were you also talking about the merging of maybe schools and school systems, or some partial mergers, that sort of thing? Is that what you're implying in your comments?
Well, and I'm implying that as we look at the administrative issue and the number of administrators, yes.
Okay.
I think I'm echoing what you said and Terry and Fran said. I think it's just my big pet peeve as a parent, but I wonder at the funding formula if there's a way for the state to actually incentivize funding where it's classroom out. Where you have a classroom, it may share a parapro, but then you walk in the front office and there's five staff people in the front office. If there's sort of not a formula that can sort of be created, and if a school is able to live by that, then there's an incentive for a match by the state if they're able to get corporate funding or something like that.
What we saw in the last study committee was an area, and it has to do with administrative staff and whether it's a shared services model or not. I have to say, one of the things we heard loud and clear was the data requirement on schools. And as we move away from expenditure controls, which the DOE actually calculates, it's reported up, but it's calculated in a financial system, and we start moving toward a system that requires the schools to be reporting their students, the financial staff reporting, we notice that we do have an issue with some of our systems that don't, frankly, have the, I shouldn't say the quality, they don't have the resources to be able to provide the reporting. And to be data-driven, we need to have confidence in our reporting. Whether it's a shared services model or not, I think we need to be putting resources into making sure we have quality control on the data reporting. And that requires staff who are able to do that and have systems to do that.
I'll just ditto some of the things that have already been said. After-school programs, particularly in middle school, some creativity there. And then on the mergers, I do think that's a really key area that we could focus on.
Let's go back. Start with you. Go back the other way. Do you have another one?
Let me clarify on the mergers, because if you lead with that, it's very difficult to do. But start with really a tough look at the administrative positions and go from there. See what you get.
I don't think this is up here, but part of the weight type thing we were talking about in the previous thing, there's also a class size limitation, or an ideal class size of like 3,300, I think is the number. So I think that needs to be looked at also. Does that make sense? And that drives the administrative staff and the support staff in several of the formula things.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think we have parapros up there, and assuming we have some left that aren't in special education in the state, and maybe we have a few, then parapros probably need to be listed, and I think graduation coaches probably fit under this list better than they do item 1. And I'm just going to make a brief comment on administrative staff. And I'm not going to buck the trend of bashing the number of administrators, but I will point this out. If you look over the past 4 years, I suspect that administrative staff has shrunk dramatically in most school systems. The ones that I know of, there has been a significant reduction in administrative staff relative to the reductions in funding. And number 2 is this. I'm going to make a wild presumption here that the administrative staff actually do work, okay? And assuming that they actually do work, when you eliminate the position, then you push the work down to the local school. And that is how it is. And I have no doubt that this commission will probably develop recommendations that will reduce the number of administrative staff. And that's fine with me, but there are consequences to those reductions, and we need to understand that.
Somewhere in all this, and this may not be the right place, though, we need to focus on redundant requirements for administration, for reports, and so forth. We hear it on the ground all the time, and then somehow we never seem to address it. So maybe this is somewhere in all of this we need to be addressing from the local level. What is it we passed a couple of bills this year to reduce local reports caused by local governments, and so maybe it's time to move down that road as well.
Yeah, I think that's part of the Title 20 cleanup, some of the things we're talking about there. The other thing, to you members in the audience, during lunch, if you have ideas and thoughts that you would like to give us, they can even be anonymous. You can give them to myself or Chairman Coleman, and we will integrate them probably into this process as well. So if all of you in the audience, all that brain power out there. I'm sorry? And Herb, I don't want, except for Herb Garrett.
Meet Fran in the bathroom and give him a pass. Where you come in. One thing we want to do, I think we need to add to this too, is RESAs. I think we need to serve the support services. RESA could do a lot of these positions. I think curriculum director can probably help us out. Look at that. I think we need to look at the state schools, the state deaf, school for deaf, and the psycho ed centers. There are a lot of these others that are, Jack and Terry, in the budget that we're looking at trying to fund that we need to look at also.
I want to echo Kelly Henson on graduation coaches. Was a phenomenal addition to our budget several years ago with a great return on investment, but was not funded very long. So look at graduation coaches. And additionally, parent involvement coordinators, people in our systems that can help prepare parent education programs and reach out to the parents in our communities.
I do want to ditto the comment about RESAs and how they play in Forsyth County. I may or may not could live without my RESA, but if I'm a superintendent in Bleckley County or some other place in Georgia, it not only is critical for what I do, but it also has the opportunity to capture what Senator Millar has talked about in terms of the opportunity to make for some efficiencies, and RESA may be the vehicle to carry that out, and as a part of that, maybe somewhere down the road looking at that governance structure related to that.
School nurses are listed as in the sample issues, but we haven't mentioned that one yet. And a little bird passed that idea on to me.
Can we assume that all of the sample issues ought to be in there if they weren't mentioned earlier ones too? Is that fair enough? Okay, thank you.
In terms of consolidating services, again, I think RESA is just a natural vehicle to do that. And in terms of budget cuts and administrators, as Mr. Henson so eloquently stated earlier, in recent years with the revenue shortfalls, that's in terms of the districts that I'm aware of, that's where we started. We tried everything we can and could in the past to keep the cuts out of the classroom and away from the kids. And that certainly started with administrative services.
Just go back.
Leadership preparation for individuals at the school level as well as beyond central office.
There are a number of students who are not being taken care of in the local schools. We mentioned one, the SEDs, residential care centers, foster children, is another that currently provides some significant funding problems for us.
I would go back to the comment that Mr. English made about multi-county partnerships, not only with superintendents, but also with the central office staff. I think that's really important. If you decide that you want to protect the classroom instruction, you just simply have got to find ways to have multi-county partnerships so that you can have fewer superintendents, fewer central office staff, in order to do what we're going to have to do in the years ahead.
I think we need to probably hold it here. One thing that Fran said that I want really all, we need anybody in the audience that would like to give us an item. Drop it to any of them, Christine, Abby, Fran, me, anybody on the committee, and we'll see that it gets to the list where the committees can look at it. We'd like to do that. We're going to break for lunch now. And one thing we said earlier, we're serious. We're looking for volunteers to let us use their facilities. If you have a huge meeting room like this, you can accommodate the full committee. Do you have small meeting rooms? I had several at the break that came up and said, you can use our offices. We're close to Atlanta here for subcommittee meetings. Let us know, because we're doing this thing, man, on the very inexpensive, on the cheap. Hey, Lay's has offered to give us peanut butter crackers and potato chips next time, and we're proud of that. We'll have, if somebody could get the dips, we're looking forward to it. But we are going to break for lunch. It's going to be a continued working lunch. We're not going to do anything that you'll miss. We're just going to put this stuff together, compile. The committee will not be discussing anything, so don't worry about missing anything. We're going to eat. I want you to be back here in 1 hour. Now listen, we've got to go down, across. John Barge is going to lead us to what floor, John, are we on, the 20th? I don't know, just the committee. The committee here will go down for lunch. It's on the 20th floor in your office, right? In the boardroom. Oh, yeah, we're going there with USA. They're having a big lunch, I was saying. The Twin Tower, we're going down over to the other tower on the 20th floor into the boardroom for lunch. Be back here at 1 o'clock. Now, we want to thank, is Josh here? Josh Mackey with Brock Clay. Where's Josh? Thank you. They've already gone over. Also, Matthew Gamble and Margaret. Is she here? Oh, Tom Womack with Paige. Hey, the driver's here. We got it. All right. Thank y'all. All right.
Be thinking about items you might want to have for subcommittee number 3 and number 4 during lunch. That'll speed us up a little bit after lunch.
While we're getting ready to start, all the members of the committee, be sure you take your contact information that's in your folder. Be sure you let Abby know it's okay, not okay, where she can be sure about this. Be sure she is. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and continue this discussion on items 3 and 4. Then we're going to talk about some subgroup activity. But we went ahead and printed the comments from 1 and 2 this morning. We're going to pass those out. Abby's going to pass those out to you. Don't want to. That's just for you to refer to where you know you've used them, or they need to be moved or something. But we're not going to confuse them with 3 and 4. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Gordon. So if you'll go at this time, all right.
Also during lunch, we captured some of the comments from the audience that had some comments for us. We put them on there. Those of you who haven't done it yet, give it to us later on this afternoon, or give it to your committee members, commission members, and we'll make sure we capture those ideas on the final list. Okay, now we're on number 4. Let's slide it over. Number 4, the study area is state and local district partners.
Abby, pass those out, yeah.
I'm sorry, number 3, yeah.
Here.
Excuse me, we're on number 3. Study area is state and local district partnership equity. The key question is, what is the appropriate funding relationship between locals and the state? Hopefully during the lunch you had a chance to think about it. We'll start off over here with Dr. Bostic, if you'll start off going back the other way.
Let me pass.
What's the question now?
What is the appropriate funding relationship between the locals and the state?
Obviously, I mean, you've got equalization up there, and I think that's a huge question to be dealt with in terms of the changes to the formula. Do we need to continue to look at tweaking that formula? What is the purpose of equalization, and how has it been managing to achieve what it's supposed to be its purpose?
Okay. I think on the equalization,
of course, looking at that formula and, of course, looking at that wealth listing, it's frightening to look at the poorest district per student wealth compared to the richest one. So I think, you know, we do need to look at that. Another thing that I would be in terms of the relationship between the local and the state, and I think I heard you, Representative Coleman, say we could ask for information. I would like to see, I know when we do a budget locally, we give the percentage that goes for instruction and maintenance, operation, et cetera. I would like to see about a 30-year history of the funding of the state of Georgia, the percentage that used to go for education and the percentage that goes, and where the money that used to go to education has gone. So that's one thing I'd like to study. I know since the days of the minimum foundation program, when the required local effort was $78.5 million, that I know where part of it's gone. But anyway, I'd love to see a historical priority of what the state has been prioritizing its spending on. Thank you.
Great. I think that can be arranged.
And on equalization, you know, just to continue along that line of thought, there is such a large disparity, you know, among many of our 180 school districts, from a small, rural, southwest or southeast Georgia district to certainly a wealthy metro district. I think that we have to not only look at possibly tweaking the formula, but maybe even tearing it up and starting over, but something that provides the same quality education we're talking about for all students in Georgia.
Okay. Good.
I have a background in local government and have spent some time working with our local Board of Education and as the chairman of the county commission. In addition to that, some of my superintendents are on the systems are on the higher end of the equalization grants. They're basically, as they explain it to me, funding other school systems in other parts of the state, or at least the taxpayers are. I think that disparity needs to be scrutinized for sure. The other thing that is a little bit different in our area in Northeast Georgia are some e-loss and how sales tax can be used as part of the millage rate, basically, and the millage calculation. A lot of the things that we're hearing on an increasing basis, I think as legislators in general, are that SPLOS and e-loss should and could be used for something other than capital outlays. And I think that's something, as we've alluded to earlier, with property taxes decreasing, and with us saying that we're going to have to start thinking outside the box, that's something that this group probably ought to be thinking about.
I think everyone who's had the mic thus far has had something to say about equalization, and so I might as well do the same thing. I went from a district that was a recipient of equalization dollars 5 years ago or 4 years ago to a district that pays significantly, including this year an increase in our local 5 meal share of over $1 million, really above what was anticipated. With that saying, I would hope that one of our early recommendations would be for short term is to make up that difference of that $200 million in a shortfall of equalization dollars for those districts. At the same time, recognizing that it's because of the fact that all of us have had something to say about it, obviously it is a key and critical issue impacting education in Georgia to give students who are outside the metro areas, outside of our higher wealth districts, the same opportunities to have access to quality instruction, quality support, and quality programs.
Well, dovetailing off what Buster just said, we need to look at it from a state level as far as making equalization sustainable for the state itself to be able to continue to fund, and that then makes it more transparent for local systems and more predictable for y'all to be able to look back and see or expect what you're going to see. Dealing maybe with capital outlay, possibly looking at doing some standardized plans for school buildings across the state so local systems are not spending as much on design, planning and design, that we might have a standard set of plans for a certain size or a certain student count, that we might actually participate at a higher level on the state side funding if they decide to go that route. If a local system wants to do something custom, then that's their business, but and their choice by all means. But as far as what we're funding, we might be able to give them a little bit extra bump if it's something that's a standardized plan.
Okay, out of the box, good.
I just throw it out a thing. We could look at migrant education in some of the areas that's a real problem. I think recess is another thing that needs to be in this this equation on this one also.
As a layperson, I guess a question, why 5 mills? Why is that the magic number? Why is it 5 mills that everybody puts in? Why are we using that particular number? Because I don't know. And the other thing of interest goes along with what you're talking about from the facilities. My county now wants to go to larger schools. And what's the ideal size? I mean, they want to take elementary schools, up to a certain level. They want to take middle schools up to a certain level. They want to take high schools up to a level. And the community is saying they like neighborhood schools. So from the standpoint of how we fund here at school, we've always say if you don't have at least, I believe it's 450 kids for an elementary school, you get penalized. I forget the middle school number. It's whatever it happens to be. But my point is there's equalization there, too. Some people can't have 450 kids, depending upon the community they live in. So I guess the basis for how we're doing things right now, why the 5 mills and why this school size number that we've come up with in order for a school to get funding. That's not very clear, but I think you get the gist of it from a layperson's standpoint.
When the answer may be, that's what we've always done.
It seemed to me we began to lose some control of the equalization because of the growth factor that's in the equalization formula. And so I don't know, I guess, and when I understand it better and I have more time to think about it, I hear more explanation, maybe something will become obvious, but maybe there's a cap of some kind that should be put. One of the problems we have with equalization was it just got to be such a large amount needed every year for the expansion of it. And then what happened, of course, when they apportioned out what we put in there, existing school systems that didn't grow any actually lost money in equalization, as I understood it. So it is a formula that needs some work, and I look forward to that. The other thing is I'm looking forward to find out a little more about the way our capital outlay program is tracking, because I look at a list of unsold bonds and I see the school bonds for 2010 haven't been sold yet. I don't understand that. I don't understand here we've funded 2 more sets of school bonds since then. So something that I hope to learn more about the capital outlay program to find out if we're a little ahead of the game or if school systems are applying for capital outlay before the need is actually there. And as I understand, they're supposed to have the students already in the school before they apply for the capital outlay funding, and I'm wondering about that, and I hope to find out more about it.
I want to support the idea of giving consideration to eSPLOS dollars for items other than capital outlay. Now, I've had conversations about this in the past with several folks in the audience, and a couple of them don't really agree with me, and they see the dangers in that, and I understand the dangers. But I think if, in fact, we are going to look at things in a different way, situation being as it is with state resources, we've got to at least consider additional revenue streams, and this is one that is already in existence. So that's one I think we have to look at. Relative to equalization, I would, in my mind, the whole purpose of equalization is getting to the dollars to the kids that are most disadvantaged, getting dollars to those school districts that most need the dollars. And I know there was a piece of legislation that I found intriguing this past year or year before that said something like if equalization is not fully funded, then there was a graduated scale of how equalization would be funded, and I think the most disadvantaged systems would get the most money. Now, I'm not saying go back and reproduce that piece of legislation, but to me, from a concept standpoint, it had some merit. that we want to get the dollars to the districts that absolutely need the dollars the most, and conceptually we may need to look at some kind of graduated scale. But I would also tell you that what's got to go along with that spirit is local effort. Personally, I believe in getting the dollars to the most low-wealth systems, but those low-wealth systems have to help themselves as well. And we've got to look at local effort and see that local effort is in line with the resources that the state is willing to send there.
I really don't have anything to add to the list we got. I think we're off to a good start. The one thing that I would say is I don't want to touch capital outlay because I got my own capital outlay issues in the university system.
Just don't mess with yours, right?
On the equalization, what about equalizing the opportunity among all the 180 districts for the students in the state? I've been in Georgia since '81. We had a shortage of science teachers in '81. We still do. How are we thinking about equalizing the opportunity for students to master teachers, virtual learning, whatever?
Did you want to go back there? I guess I wanted to just caution that when we're talking about school systems, you know, that, for example, my school system is a huge one, and so when you're talking about equalization that goes to the systems, I agree that there needs to be a local effort in making sure those dollars are getting to the appropriate schools. But when you talk about a large school district, my children are zoned for a school that is an old building. It's not a school that we intend to go to right now. But the other choice for us is an area where it's high wealth, and they're building a brand new school. So I think I would just like, as a committee, for some conversation to be had about how, when we're talking about incentivizing and letting however much money is determined to flow down, that we also ask for a little accountability from the local systems and challenging them to sort of look at schools that aren't being utilized by the community that they're supposed to serve. And maybe, because if you think about it, a lot of those people are either going to private school, or so those are folks who aren't really, you know, buying into the system. So I think having that encouragement at the local arena would be great.
I'd like to consider two concepts that are both related: sparsity, and both of these are in QBE currently, and they are sparsity and make whole. And I'm not suggesting it's good or bad, but it's a concept, and the concept is, both of those programs are intended to help typically smaller school systems that don't have as many students or don't have as many classes. And the problem tends to be that as students begin to make choices or want to go to other classes, they might move on when ready, or they may go into a vocational program, or may want to do dual enrollment. The problem for the existing school that loses the student is that they have a teacher that could well have an additional 10 kids in the class. And if those kids are then wanting to go to a different school and the funding follows the kid, then that school suffers. And I just think it's something that we would consider. Maybe there are some technology solutions, but we see it is a problem for students as we want to offer more choice and make education relevant. The school that is losing the student has teachers that are already being paid a full salary, and it's very difficult for the smaller systems to balance that. So I do think in that aspect it's an equity issue.
Okay, this is the, I don't really know all the information, so somebody's just going to roll their head and say, oh, she really doesn't know what she's talking about. Minimum funding, adequate were all some of the words that John used before, and then we started talking about that we had not tapped into virtual learning and some of those kind of things. And kind of an out-of-the-box thought I guess I had was, if we are charged with coming up with what is the quality basic education need, then that need would go to every county, not just, and so what is that minimum amount that every county needs? And so you don't need equalization. And I have a basic understanding of equalization, but if our charge is to come up with something new and different, well then the state gives the minimum, and then it holds local systems accountable for whatever they might want to do, not a 5 mil subtraction. We're just going to give you what you minimally need to provide. And if you want more counselors or more this or different that, then that comes from your local, and the local school board controls it. So that's my thought.
Why don't you start back the other way? Just go back the other way again. Let's go back the other way.
I would just add to the list sparsity grants for residential treatment centers as well.
The only other thing that I thought of is, and I don't know how much it would be, but could we, in this committee, could y'all just look and see, is there, what state legislation is there that limits what local governments or local school systems can do? You know, I know that we tried to, you know, we got a 20 mil cap in place, and then there may be some other legislation as well too. So that ought to just be at least be reported back.
Would that be helpful as part of the subcommittee process?
You know, we're talking about equity, so I guess I'll bring it up now. We talk about money following the child. Talk about equity and equalization and treating people right, and about kids versus school systems. Somewhere along the line, we're going to have to talk about charter schools. Equity and partnership and this type of thing, because obviously we now have to deal with it again. And so I would say to you that along with the virtual schools and charter schools, because I think one of the things that was said to me the other day in a meeting that some of us were at, Tom Dixon was there, I was there, what we're working on here is not just for today, not for tomorrow, it's for the next 10 years or 15 years or whatever. And remember, they weren't talking about virtual schools and charter schools and all these other things 20 years ago. And so we've got to think about on the road, particularly with some of the people here in this room, about where we're going to be 20 years from now and trying to address it right now. So hopefully that down the road that it's issues that we're going to do. And I think the growth of school choice, whether you want to admit it or not, is there. And we've got to deal with it.
I just want to echo the one word choice. I think not vouchers, choice. Within a system, between systems, I think that's the key we've got to look at too.
I want to go back to something Lynn mentioned before lunch, and that was talking about co-location, not necessarily needing to build two facilities to do the same thing, but the possibility that we build whether it's a high school, technical college, co-location, and something we've been looking at for quite a long time about instead of buying two pieces of equipment, one for high school, one for technical college, that may be mediocre, have them located in the same place and buy one state-of-the-art piece of equipment that the student's actually learning on what they'll be using in industry. So something to look at there.
I would like to mention accountability for funding at the local level. I have a couple of counties where the school districts are extremely small, maybe one school in the entire district, K through 12, and the superintendents are making more money than larger school districts. And I've had one district where the teachers didn't even know if they were going to get paid that month. So that's something that we need to take a look at.
On looking at standard size buildings for schools that are 450 or 600, I would propose that we look at providing funds only for those buildings with the ability for you only to change the facade on the very front so that it kind of looks different, but it's essentially the same building for everybody, so that you don't go spend all this money on architectural fees and that type of thing, that you just have a standard building, and that's what you get funded for, and you can change the facade on the front, but that's it.
Are there any others? Any missing? Yeah, I'll bring it over to you.
I would just like to see a list of what equalization, the kind of what it was put in place to solve. And we need to do this because I only do one school, or whatever what the reason for the equalization was, because I think some of those things might be able to be solved in some kind of formula development to where, I think the word equalization gets it off to a bad foot, and what it really is I don't have enough children to justify a certain type of building. Well, what's the minimum building that's needed, and you kind of get away from that whole equalization.
Ms. Patson.
I just want to add one thing. I know charter schools is number 4, but since Fran brought it up, this is it feels a little bit like salt in the wound for the local systems, but there is legislation. I think it's something that we need to talk about if we're going to talk about charter schools and capital outlay, which is there's legislation currently that requires if a school building is sitting vacant and there's no plan to use it by the system and a local charter is approved, then they are able to use that building. The problem is there's really no teeth in the legislation, and so I think as a committee it would be a good thing to address, because what we're seeing is that there are charter schools that have been approved that would like access to those buildings, but are being told, no, we have a plan, we just don't know when we're going to put that plan in place. So just because these are eyesores in communities, and so issues like that, the old school buildings need to be addressed, I think.
Great. Any others? Anyone else? Going once. Okay, let's pull up the number 4, please, Joy. Subcommittee 4, study area is move from compliance to accountability, innovative programs, and other Title 20 issues. Key question is, how do we simplify this code section, move from a compliance model to an accountability model, and encourage innovation? Some sample issues are funding, college credit, workforce programs, extended day, year, dual enrollment, move on when ready, excel, and then charter schools. So this time, let's start over this side again.
I would bring up the whole issue about college credit being given at junior colleges. Now, I know I'm stepping off into a quagmire, but 30 years ago, I was chair of the Commission on Higher Education in South Carolina, and the General Assembly said, you've got 3 years to go have college courses that are offered by technical colleges that will get college credit, so that parents do not have to send their kids just to 4-year colleges. They can go to 2-year colleges and they can have college credit. Now, I understand you got to have the right qualifications and that type of thing, but I'm telling you, we are off to a piss poor start here in Georgia, okay? All right, okay, all right, all right. Don't do that, don't do that.
I just did.
All right, okay, all right, all right, okay. Okay, all right. In terms of doing it. That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That is a serious problem, and it's been done in lots of states. And in Georgia, there's just an absolute refusal to go do that. They do it one course and a second course, and I'm saying it ought to be done for all the people in this state that you have the ability at technical colleges to have courses that can be done and you can take them to the 4-year colleges.
Well, we moved to an accountability standard. You got to first establish what the standard's going to be. And I think that's an issue that before you can move very far with how we make that transition, there's got to be discussion about what is the standard.
I'll speak to the subject of flexibility, I guess. One thing I think that we should look at, one thing about the austerity cuts that has a positive to it is it did away with these expenditure tests and all of the hoops that we had to jump through there, because we obviously don't have to worry about meeting the spending test. We're meeting it. So I think that we need to look at some of these tests that we had tied to the law back when funding was 100%.
One of the things that we have been saying in Forsyth over the last 3 years is don't waste this crisis. We have an opportunity, as has been talked about today, to use this crisis to address some things that otherwise wouldn't be addressed. Flexibility can create innovation. It can create innovation out of necessity, but if we don't make the innovations at the time where there is that necessity, the only way that you can otherwise get the innovation is through funding it. And that's probably not going to happen. So I guess my point is we can create that innovation, but I would also say that, yes, flexibility can save millions. I think the charter colleagues who are charter districts, I think the IE Squared District, Gwinnett County, that would join me in saying this, while we've talked about granting flexibility for all, there's something about the process. There's something about planning that process and helping to create a mindset that recognizes that you can innovate. It took us a little while in our district to get to the point where we could think differently because we hadn't thought differently for so long. Now when we have that conversation about innovation, it happens. And it happens with students, it happens with building leaders, and it happens with people in our schools. So I say all that to say that yes, we certainly do need to be innovative, and that innovation, though, needs to be, I guess, prompted with the fact that it can either save you lots of money and or help you be more efficient in what you're doing in your district.
Before we go to the next one, Senator, did you have a question over here? The lady right there, did you have a question? Okay.
Okay, of course we had charter schools. I'd like to talk about the classroom 65% rule. You know, what makes up that 65% rule? And let's talk about. I say, do we want it? Do we kick it out or what?
I'll answer that one when it's my turn.
Throw it out. What we do with it?
That bill put me in the hospital that I carried. Anyway, I'd like to. Something that Buster was talking about. I think we need to create a culture of innovation. And when we talk about accountability is a bad word, I think, because nobody knows what it means, as Tom pointed out here. We get to this section here, this is about increasing achievement. Because if we're honest with ourselves, we can talk about the funding formula all day long, but our academic performance overall in this state is mediocre at best. So accountability means improved academic performance. That's what this is all about. So I think what Buster said about this culture of innovation, I think that's critical, that there's no one right way to do things, as long as we can demonstrate at the end of the day that it's improving achievement, because that's the bottom line, from a business perspective, from a jobs perspective, and everything else. And that's what I think the direction we need to be going
on. I don't recall seeing anything on any of the 4 lists about a funding stream that was created several years ago for extended day instruction, summers, after school, et cetera. That was a fairly significant amount of dollars that came from, what was it, 1187 or something along those lines. So that probably needs to be on one of the lists in terms of extended day instruction, not necessarily the list 4. Relative to the 65% rule, we either need to get rid of it or change it into something that's really meaningful, because the 65% rule measures nothing. It measures absolutely nothing accurately. Comparing a school district that doesn't even have a transportation system to one that's large geographically and transports kids all over the place, comparing a district that has small neighborhood schools to a district that has larger kind of mega schools, these kinds of things skew the numbers in the 65% rule to the point to where it is absolutely and totally meaningless. And so we either need to get rid of it or turn it into something that measures what we want to measure.
I am not going to rebut my good friend down from South Carolina about articulation. No, there's a lot going on in the state, and a lot more will go on in the state. But I would say one major difference between South Carolina and Georgia is we got better systems, and we'll continue to have better systems. But as an old budget guy, I think we have to be very cautious when we pin everything on greater flexibility, because there is ultimately a connection, a nexus between flexibility and accountability. And if we have trouble understanding what accountability is, those of us who are responsible administratively, the auditors will tell us what it is. And in too many cases, I think we've seen where there's been so much flexibility, that equates sometimes into some very long prison sentences. So we've got, I'm for flexibility, I really am, but there's also ultimately somebody has got to step up to the bar and be responsible and report and be accountable.
When we're talking about accountability, one of the things that I just want to caution that if you're giving, and goes back to the charter schools, or if we get to the voucher issues or anything, anybody that you give state money to needs to be accountable in the very same way that every public school in the state of Georgia is accountable. And you can't just give the charter school money because they say they're a charter school and not expect them to use the same standards, same evaluations, where you can make some comparisons to it. Second thing, just as a caution on charter schools, what happens a lot of times is that charters are created and you pull some of the better students out of the schools, and then you run into the same thing we talked about down here, is you still got teachers, you still got buildings, you still got things that you've got to do. And what we do is those students that usually are pulled out have an easier achievement success because they're sometimes better students. And so, you know, so you don't want to be, you know, just assuming that, well, the charter school success rate's so much greater than public schools, when public schools are having to deal with everybody and accept everybody, and particularly if you're funding anything to any kind of charter or like voucher money go to anybody that is accepting certain classes of students only. So you want to be very cautious about that if we start doing that. And I think anytime we're spending state money, we just got to make everybody accountable the very, very same way.
Jim, I'll respond to you in a minute. But the one of the things that we need to do is fund new models of high schools. Our old system is not working. What is a dropout rate across this state? Look at student achievement and attainment. Our numbers are dismal. We're not the only state, but our numbers are dismal. So what can we do to fund a new model of high schools in which we focus on the student and getting them involved early? We've got Move On When Ready. We've got, in legislation, we've got dual enrollment for the university system and the technical college system. So many students drop out saying there's nowhere to go. They see no future. Change the models and change how the high schools are funded to create that innovation. Jim, we are working with the university system on the issue. Okay. Well, I agree.
Moving on to the issues to raise here. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to agree with Kelly because I think the 65% rule goes against everything we're talking about, giving some flexibility. But I did also want to just, not for sake of argument, I actually hope we're on the same committee because it'll be good conversation, but we do need to remember that charter schools are public schools. And so I also think that it's really important for the committee, as we break out in groups and have conversations, is to think about the individual children and not be, I don't know how to say this, not be as worried about siphoning off dollars, but realizing why are these parents making a choice? Why are these parents opening charter schools? And I'm not talking about just charter schools. So I think that we really do need to have a realistic conversation about choice. I, as a parent, did not have an adequate school for my children to attend. So we chose, but we are a Title I school with a 80% free and reduced lunch. So I think we have to be careful when we're characterizing schools or districts or systems, and I just hope we'll keep that in mind as we break out in our groups. But I did want to say from a flexibility standpoint, I agree with my friend, our new chancellor, that accountability, we can't do any of this without having a huge measure of accountability. And I know when I chaired personnel at my children's elementary school, we did all the hiring for a brand new startup school, and we would interview 15 or 20 teachers for one slot. And every one of those teachers, almost without exception, were passionate about public education, but they wanted the flexibility that they felt like a public charter school would offer them. So, and that's not just to speak about charter schools, it's just to kind of, have that thought process as we move forward.
Now, I have a comment that may be in Subcommittee 1 with foundational funding, but it relates to the choice, and it's the point that we'll get into, I'm sure, in one of the subcommittees, or maybe two of them. And it has to do with the way QBE is funded. And the point, big picture point, is that we say the money follows the child, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is QBE is a very complicated process. Each child is broken into 6 different segments, and there's a weighting, and part of that is projected. And at the end of the day, you don't really have a clean number per student. And so as this committee starts looking at choice, and we all agree at various levels about choice, but I do want to point out from that finance perspective that right now the QBE formula process of calculation doesn't really facilitate money following the child. I think the way the public certainly feels that it does.
Just 1 second. What's causing the feedback is cell phones and devices that are sending and receiving information. If you could turn those off, we wouldn't have that feedback coming through.
I neglected to say in the introduction, I have 2 children. One went through public school in the city of Roswell all the way through. One, when we got to the 5th grade and she was falling further and further behind, we put her in a private school for the middle school. We put her back in public school in the 9th grade, and she has flourished. And so in my new role in the state board, I'm wondering, what did they do at that middle school that got her back on track? And I really think, based on my 4 meetings of the state board and otherwise, is there's a whole lot of rules and regulations around public schools. And so the Title 20 overhaul, I really do think, even though we've kind of said we may not get to that, I do think it might be really crucial to move from compliance to accountability, because that private school was accountable for Greerhampton, and she did well. And they had the flexibility to do things that maybe public schools just can't, because there's some law on the books that's preventing it. So.
We have plenty of time, so if you have some more comments to add on to.
On the whole issue of having academic credit and also preparing a lot of kids who are going to finish high school and are going to go into the world of work, I just think we have to be sure that we properly fund schools, because a lot of kids are not going to go on to post-secondary education, and some of them are. But remember that academic preparation and career preparation are really one and the same, and if you don't make them taxpayers when they leave high school, you're in trouble.
Just pass it on around, and whoever wants to stop it.
I would also like to mention the examination of the dollars that we put into remediation, especially at the high school level. And I guess I'll stop it there. Yeah.
I think we would be remiss if we didn't at least mention federal funding. 1% of the Forsyth County school budget comes from federal funding, but yet it perhaps drives the expenditure of 25% or more of the budget. I would certainly encourage, in early signs of Superintendent Barge's administration has indicated that they were striving for greater flexibility from federal regulation and federal rules, but I think it would behoove the influence of this commission to go to perhaps recognize the fact that much of what we do is driven by federal government regulations as it relates to either IDEA or ESEA and our other regulations, where whatever type of flexibility you may be suggesting, we do not have the purview as a state under current legislation to exempt ourselves from.
I just want to follow up on Kelly's comment about the 65%. It does seem counterproductive to have that in place and then talk about giving flexibility. It's if we're wanting to give the local school systems the opportunity to do things and think outside the box themselves, then us hampering them or hindering them or restraining them with the 65% rule is counterproductive. So I think that's one of the things that as the Title 20 piece gets looked at that has to be maybe the only thing we get to handle out of the Title 20 piece, but it's probably the most important.
Good comment. I think something we've got to look at, we hear, when I was a teacher, we used to say the county made us do this. The county said the state made us do this. The state said the feds, etc. I think we ought to look at SACs. You know, we're talking about all this stuff that's going on with our accreditation agency. I think that's something that needs to be looked at because I'm hearing a lot of people say, I have to have this superintendent. I've got to have this curriculum director. It's required for accreditation. I think we need to really have them come in and examine that. That's one thing. Another thing I think we need to look at along with this are the scholarships. And I mean the special needs scholarship. I think we need to look at this $50 million scholarship that's out there for any student for the private. I think we need to look at the scholarships, what they've done. And one thing I think we need to look at is the state needs to say the what, and the systems need to say the how. You know, that's just those things. I think that's where we need to go. The what is what we want taught, and the how you do it's up to you. And then hold your account.
You know, we brought up remediation a couple times. Freddie just did. And this past weekend, we were at this SREB meeting, heard various states talk about the remediation rate at the post-secondary level. The low end was 25%. Some were 50, 60, 70%. We can't afford this. We can't afford this with limited dollars to be sending kids into postgraduate. 25 to 50 to 75% of them need to take classes for 1 or 2 years. We just can't afford that anymore. So that gets back to, Kelly, I guess part of what you were talking about, the flexibility. That's why you have to have the accountability going back to achievement. That we have to face facts that we're not preparing kids for post-secondary levels at this point. The statistics are there, and it's nationwide. It's just not here in Georgia. So I think that's a key issue. And so I think it's something we need to be looking at going forward. And
I couldn't agree more on the remediation. We get such an incredibly small return on that investment that it really needs to be examined, either how we do it or eventually, of course, reducing the number of students that need remediation. Margaret really, I guess, kind of stole my thunder about charter schools because we do need to keep in mind that charter schools are public schools. And I'm very much a supporter of charter schools, and I think charter schools have unlimited potential in our state. But I will point out this fact. Charter schools are just like regular public schools and just like private schools. Some are excellent, some are good, some are okay, and some of them are really, I won't use it, but I'll point to the expression that my colleague Mr. Bostic used. There are some awful charter schools out there, and there's some awful public schools, and there's awful private schools, and there's outstanding schools at all of those too. And to that end, we do need a robust conversation about school choice because I am a proponent of school choice. But I'll go ahead and give you a bias, and then I'll pass the microphone. Relative to charter schools, magnet schools, and everything else in the public school arena, then I think we need a robust conversation about school choice. But philosophically, I'm opposed to giving 1 penny of taxpayer money to private schools. I think it's wrong. I'm sorry we ever did it, and I'm doubly sorry that we did it without providing any accountability for those folks. And so, personally, I'd love for that to be examined.
Okay, that's the fourth one. One of the things we want to do, we still have some time.
What we want to do, we need to stop at 2.
Okay.
So if they have anything they want to look at, one thing we want to say, anybody in the audience, again, better have it now. If you have anything you wrote down, if you see Christine or Abby, and they'll get it, because as we speak, those things are being sent to the printer. We're getting copies made. So anybody in the audience, if you want to present anything else on these, be sure to give your stuff to them.
Let's go back briefly to the first one again, and is there anything we missed on there we want to add? Let's just sort of go back through each one of them briefly, put them up on the screen, and we kind of scroll through them and see if there's anything that you feel like is missing and needs to be up there. And if you just get my attention, I'll bring the mic to you. Back to number 1. Let's go to the top so we see the questions. There you go. And you just add any new ones to the top. Okay, again, the study area is foundational funding formula. Key question, how do we assign funding weights for improved student outcomes? Is anything missing when you heard the comments that are being made, is anything missing on that we need to add? Or does anything need more clarification or more discussion without getting into debate or problem solving? Let's go to the second one. Okay. The second one is study area is support and services. Key question, what services, positions outside of the classroom are necessary to operate the school system? And I'm bringing the microphone.
One of the audience members brought me a note that said under school nurses, we basically have always funded just personnel, and it's maybe time that we begin to look at allotting dollars to be spent on supplies or equipment as a part of that nursing program.
Anybody else on the second one? Anybody else on anything else on the second one? Okay, let's move on down to the third one. Let's look at the top of it. Yeah, go to the heading. The third one is state and local district partnership equity. Key question, what is the appropriate funding relationship between locals and state? Is any clarification anybody needs on any that were mentioned, or is there any new ones you'd like to add up there? You want to scroll down through them? Okay. Just stop it for a minute because it's hard for me to read. There you go.
As we talk about and look at the education splash being spent on, the language being changed so that you could spend more on maintenance and maybe other things, that, of course, brings up the point that there are probably some districts that never passed an ELOST, and, of course, that would bring up the point of what happens to their maintenance and operation in those districts. And I would be curious to know, there is a great, there's probably more disparity in sales tax dollars than there is in tax dollars, because there are some communities that don't have many trade centers. So that would be an interesting thing to look at too. And you're looking at wealth, to look at sales tax dollars per child. Because I'd just be curious, since I'm a native of South Georgia, live in North Georgia, I don't have a great deal of problem with some of the equalization funds, but that it would be interesting to look at that total picture of funding from sales tax perspective too.
Do you have anybody else? Anyone else? We're still on number 3.
Okay. At some point, can we cycle back if we thought of stuff?
Back to number 2? Can we go back to number 2 real quick?
Only for Margaret.
Let's go back for Margaret, number 2.
I think that we left off speech pathologists and other therapists, and I know the superintendent mentioned parental involvement outreach. You do? Okay. I didn't bring my glasses today.
Anything else on number 2 or 3? Let's go down to number 4. And that was on number, which one?
That's number 4. That's number 4. Okay. Where we talk about remediation, I would suggest that we look at schools of education that, in fact, could teach pedagogy and that type of thing, but when you get ready to teach individual major courses, that math ought to be taught only in the math department, and the sciences ought to be taught and given to teachers in the various science departments and English departments and that type of thing, and not have them taught in the education department. That has a lot to do with the actual learning of and quality of the teachers that you have.
Thank you. Any others? I'll bring it over to you.
Somewhere, since Hank, we got you here now, and your new job starts tomorrow officially, is there a way that we can tie this into how we're preparing our teachers in our colleges of education? Is that what you're going with that? That's where you're going at it, and I don't know how we do that or where that falls, but I think there's been this mystery. But now that we're sending one of our own of 4 months to be the chancellor, perhaps we can find out how we're actually preparing people to be teachers in our colleges and universities. Because where does anybody think where that would go?
Yeah, let's pass that down to the chancellor. Soon to be chancellor.
The chancellor himself raised that issue earlier when we were going through the list in response to Senator Sims. So I'm very much aware of the issue of how we're preparing teachers, and give me a couple of weeks to work on that.
Where would you like us to put that? Is that support? Why don't you put it under Committee 2, and that would fit maybe
Yeah.
nicely with where the chancellor-to-be will end up landing. That's a good point.
Thank you, Kelly.
Sean Brown can assist you in that. That's good.
Okay, anybody else having something they're dying to get off the chest or throw out? Going once? One. Got one here and one over here. And then we wrap it up.
From the audience, we've had some input about the AP exams that we had to take out of the budget a couple of years ago, about the possibility of looking into that. I don't know if it would go under 1 or 3. Probably fits under 3 better than 1, since 1 is direct classroom. 3 might be, because it's not going to apply to every student necessarily.
We have it on number 1, and we can leave it there. And what I'm hoping is that whatever committee you're on, you can still go to some of the other groups and see those that cross over, because there will be some issues that cross over. And this will wrap it up with this.
Today we've talked about accountability. It's been brought up in several contexts. We're talking about funding. We're talking about high dropout rates, low retention rates, high remediation rates. How are we tying those together? What is the incentive or the disincentive? We have gone around that all day, but no one has mentioned it. So accountability, what does that really mean at the school level, not the system level?
Okay.
In terms of funding.
Okay. I think it's the time now where we finished this part of it. We're going to move into something else, but I wanted to comment, though, that what an amazing list of issues and concepts and ideas for the subcommittees to be working on. You really put some good thought into it, and you're to be commended, and thank you for keeping your time and under control. I really appreciate that, too.
Thank you so
Made my
much.
job
Boy, we
easy for
appreciate
that
you.
part.
If you would now, members of the committee, we want to move into this final phase, and then, Fran, we're going to dismiss into your subcommittees, and then you'll be able to go. But Fran's going to have some information for you before that. But I want you to follow carefully what we're looking at doing. And I'm going to ask them to, while we're sending this information out, and I'm going to see if we can put this information up on the board. Christine, is this information ready to go up with the committees now with names and everything?
Subcommittee names.
Let me see. Let me be sure. All right, what I want to do, I want to flash up, Fran, the steering committee, in looking at this committee now, we have made some assignments to subcommittees. I want you to know that 2 or 3 weeks ago, we contacted 4 people and asked them to chair these 4 subcommittees based on what we felt that we felt like it would be the best fit. And each of you have been placed on one of the 4 subcommittees. If you'll, first of all, Subcommittee 1, we're asking Senator Jack Hill to chair that one. And of course, we'll go with that. And his committee, if you look at it, all of you, these are being passed out to you. On Senator Hill's subcommittee, we're asking Scott Austerson. Scott, you're serving on that one. Jaden McCarthy, you're on that one. Buster Evans, you're on that one. And Tom Dixon, you're on that one. If anybody feels any reason you feel upset about this now, look at them. If you feel I've just got to come off, don't be embarrassed. They won't have that feelings hurt, but now's the time to get moved. We'll place you somewhere else. That's very, very, very capably. All right, the second subcommittee that we have is chaired by Kelly Henson. Kelly, you have Hank on yours, Freddie, Brooks Coleman will serve with you, and Dave Johnson will serve. And that'll be a fun one. All right, y'all ready for that one? Anybody feel like you want to get off? Like I say, let us know. The third subcommittee is chaired by Terry England, Lee, Barbara, Fran, and Wes are all on that subcommittee. The fourth subcommittee, John Barge is chairing that one. Lynn, Margaret, Jim, and James. Now, these are the members of the subcommittee. Fran and I want to let you know we will be serving as ex officio members of every subcommittee, and we plan to try, and we will. One of us, or both of us, we hope, will attend all of these subcommittee meetings. We plan to be there at all of them. So that's why we got to get information. All right, anybody have any comments about your subcommittees? Really, speak up if you do. That's okay, and I mean that. And if you'd rather not do this in public, see Tom Dixon afterwards and get James. That's right. That's a good idea. Tom Dixon will take care of this with Christine, yeah. All right, now I'd like to give you a charge. We're looking at 4 things, as you know, these 4 committees. We're looking at the cost to educate a child. We're looking at support services needed to educate that child. That's subcommittee 2. We're looking at the partnership that we've got to develop. That's subcommittee 3. And equity. And we're looking at the accountability, innovations, and all. And let me say, some people said, I hope we get to it. People, we've got to get to Title 20. We're going to be looking at it. We're going to dissect it. We've got to. Now, here's what I want you to do. We've assigned each minute, as we said, based on what we said. All right. Now, here's what we'd like for you to do in the next few minutes, if you would. Is the chair, if the chair would elect a vice chair, because we know there are going to be times that somebody can't attend. So we'd like for each chair to pick them a vice chair in this meeting, if they would. We're going to let you adjourn in a few minutes, and I'll tell you where you're going to be. As a commission, we'll be working toward 2 deadlines. Let me tell you, the work is going to be done in the subcommittee, people. The work is in the subcommittee. That's where it's going to take place. We're the listening. We will be the voting committee. We'll make the final decisions. But the work is done. As we said earlier, look out in this audience. There are literally hundreds of people that you can choose from to help you out. They're willing to do it. Now, I want to say to everyone in the room right now, this is a non-paid position you have, and not even paying your travel, I don't think much. So you've got to, and anybody who's volunteering, you volunteer to come on to help us. But they've asked, during the break, I had many people came up and said, I'd love to work. And I've asked several to go ahead and contact various chairpersons, so be ready. As a commission working toward 2 deadlines, now this is critical. The interim recommendations that are due to the governor September the 30th, that's going to be critical. That's one thing of all these items you have. We've got to have the interim recommendation. The next thing you're going to have to do is we're going to have the final recommendations that are due by September the 30th, 2012. That's the long-range stuff. Now, each subcommittee wants you to know this. You're going to have plenty of help. They will be staffed by House and Senate staff members. We have assigned a staff member to every subcommittee that will be your contact liaison, get all your stuff for you and take care of you. You heard John say the other day, earlier, I won't repeat that we're going to help you with the white papers. The staff is going to be doing everything to help you out. Department of Education's offered their staff. OPB's offered their staff. The governor's office has offered their staff. Each subcommittee may draw on the expertise of these outside staff and the school systems, college faculty, SREB, the Gates Foundation. All of these people have offered to help. Christine is in the process right now of contacting the University of Georgia. There's some people there. We've talked about some other people that have worked in the past with QBE that have volunteered to help, that we've got a big list of people to help you. Now, here's what we want you to do, people. For each subcommittee, as John mentioned earlier, you will be required to, for each topic, develop the white paper, and I'm not going over that again. John's explained that very thoroughly. You'll be doing that. And then, we envision the subcommittee meeting 2 or 3 times on each topic before making a final recommendation to bring back to the full committee. That doesn't mean you've got to have one topic at a time. You may have 2 or 3 topics you're working on, and in a day's meeting, you may have 2 or 3 things you deal with. See what I'm saying? But you'll be working on that. All right, we envision the subcommittee doing this too. Our goal is to have each subcommittee study and make recommendations on 2 to 3 topics prior to our September 30th, 2011 deadline. Now, why that? Because that's when the governor, the House, the Senate are doing some tentative budget recommendations. If anything you do requires a budget or money or something, we need to get it where it can be considered at that time. Now, when we adjourn today, in just a few minutes, we're going to ask you, and when I say adjourn to subcommittees, we're going to be out here by 3 o'clock. We promised you we'll be out here. We ask that you formally huddle together so that you can look at your calendar. We want you to determine your first subcommittee meeting date, if you can. Your first, now listen, meeting should be in about 3 weeks. Why that long? That gives the staff time to get your white papers ready that you want to talk about, that we're going to be talking to you about. If you set a day in the city of Atlanta, Macon, etc., let Janet know, and she'll help arrange a place for you. I have been thrilled. I've had several people come up and given us rooms and donated all kinds of meeting space for us, so Janet will help coordinate that. Now, for the members of the audience, please refer to our website. That's where the meeting places, the times, everything, the white papers, everything will be posted. Now, when you go to these meetings, the first thing we want you to do, elect the vice chairman. We want you to then tentatively prioritize some of these items you have, and we want you to select each subcommittee your first 1 or 2 topics that you think you want to be working on in the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Try to do that today if you can. Why? It gives you something to where the staff can go ahead and start getting your white paper ready. You just pick one if you want to, or a couple if you want to. And then at your next meeting, you can go ahead and prioritize. If you don't have time to prioritize everything, you can do that at your next meeting. Today, just try to select at least 1 or 2 topics you want to work on. Any questions about your assignments? Should you choose to accept them?
Mr. Chairman, did you want them to look at those top priorities for the short term or midterm?
That is a good point. Thank you. What we want you to do for this first time is to look at the short range, nothing long range. We want a short term for September 30th project for a white paper we could start working on immediately. Thank you so much. Then at the next meeting, you'll look at your long range. You may have some long range going on at the same time you're doing some short range, but we won't. That's a good point. We'd like a short range project right away. Any other comments or questions? Yes.
One thing that'd be really, really helpful is y'all could knock out a couple of really low-hanging fruit things, that accomplishments you can put before the legislature this year. That'd be amazing to get it started off in the right direction in light of the things that have happened in the past with past committees. So that's my.
That is a good point that he said. Go ahead and get that low-hanging fruit. Let's do something. Let's pass some legislation we have to. Let's get some budget items that we know we can fund that we got to do. That would be a good thing to do. All right, any questions or comment about that? Here's where I want you to meet. Committee 1. Now, there's 5 of you. I'd like for you can put your chairs on this side. Committee 1 here, Committee 2 here, Committee 3 here, and Committee 4 right back there. Just circle your chairs up. Is that okay?
Not yet. But not yet.
But not yet. No, absolutely. But 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, Fran wants to give you your assignments and then give you some final data. Now, I would like to ask the chairs, at 10 minutes till 3, if all the chairs would just come to meet with Fran and me and give us your item. We want to just be sure we've got the first topics we have, and then we know where we want to go. All right, any questions? All right, Fran.
So everybody knows the next meeting is going to be August 25th. And Barbara, I believe you're going to host it. Is that right? Where will it be located?
2100 East Exchange Place.
It's in Tucker, Georgia. You don't have to write. You don't have to write all this down.
We'll get you a map.
Yeah.
Jan will get you everything.
Don't worry, Jim. I'll give you the right directions. We'll get you there. No, so it'll be in Tucker, Georgia. The date is August the 25th, so everybody knows that. And we are getting lunch again. That's the good news. Now, there's a website that's been set up, thanks to DOE, on here. It's www.gadoe.org, and there'll be links on the bottom left-hand side of the page. Do we know what the link's going to be? Go ahead, Christine.
Be there tomorrow, he said.
Right. All right. Okay. So it's up on the agenda. I guess we'll go meet in our various groups here in a minute. And here's the staff members for the number 1 subcommittee, Joy Feethy.
Where's Joy?
Joy, where are you? All right, number 2 is Abby Wicker.
Where's Abby?
Number 3 is Christine. Number 4 is James. Walking around the back right there. I'd like to thank Gordon. I'd like to thank you for facilitating this today. And really, I think to the staff and the Department of Education for coordinating the meeting very much. It was very much appreciated. And for all you out in the audience, thank you for sticking with us. And we'll adjourn now to our subcommittees. And I hope we'll see a lot of you in the audience on the 25th as well. Please do not hesitate to hang around and talk to the subcommittee chairs of topics of interest, particularly to you.
Tell if they have any comments to the audience, please let us
And
know.
let us know if you've got any comments. And we'll take everything but criticisms. But no, thank you all very much for being here.